in this room. We are having this event in a hybrid mode. This was a secret that we kept for you. Our radar, dear participants and project partners, associated strategic partners are with us. Thank you very much for joining here in Slovenia in Bled, a wonderful Bled offline, so in the real world. And thank you very much for all of you who have joined from your homes, from your screens online. We are very pleased to announce the final radar conference striving for road safety for all road users that will just begin. Thank you very much to all the panelists who have accepted our kind invitation to support this conference and provide their contributions and make this event successful. We would like with this event to celebrate a project that is coming to an end in 2 months and that we have strived very much to finalize in the best and successful way. Thank you for joining our celebration conference. I will be your moderator today. I can't see the slides. I don't know whether the... Yeah, thanks. I will be your moderator today in most of the parts. We are very pleased that Slovenian Minister of Infrastructure was very active in this project, and unfortunately he couldn't attend, but he has sent out his message, recorded message, so I would like to start with that.
Cenjene gospe in cenjeni gospodje. Kakovostna cestna infrastruktura je pomemben element zagotavljanja pretočnosti in varnosti prometa. Ustrezno načrtovana, grajena, vzdrževana ter seveda opremljena mora zagotavljati najboljše pogoje za vse udeležence v prometu. Ministrstvo za infrastrukturo zelo razume in podpira sistematično pregledovanje ter spremljanje varnosti cest ter tudi glede na novo evropsko direktivo o izboljšanju varnosti cestne infrastrukture. Skladno s tem pa tudi spodbuja potrebne izboljšave na cestah ter seveda tako s hitro izvedljivimi oziroma kratkoročnimi ukrepi kot z večjimi posegi. Tudi sodelovanje držav oziroma različnih partnerjev v projektih, kot je radar, je pokazalo, kako pomembna je izmenjava pristopov, dobrih praks in tudi izkušenj za zagotavljanje še boljše povezanosti in za doseganje ciljev novega desetletja za večjo prometno varnost Združenih narodov. Gospe in gospodje, verjamem, da bodo priporočila iz projekta Radar in Donavske strategije za izboljšanje varnosti cestne infrastrukture resno upoštevana v prihodnjih strateških in tudi izvedbenih načrtih v državah, ki so seveda sodelovale v tem projektu.
So, we would like to thank the Minister for his kind words and message. They were really great supporters in our project, together with associated strategic partners from Slovenia. Speaking now on the Allow the Slovenian team, with our also project partner AMZS, who is helping us hosting this event in Bled. I will just briefly refer to the agenda. We are going to have to start with a couple of welcome notes. After that, we are going to have keynote speakers, our dear colleagues and friends, if I may say, after 3.5 years, have kindly accepted our invitation to address the conference. The conference is going to be split in 2 parts. First part is going to last. In first part, we are going to speak about road safety infrastructure, and we are going to provide you with some highlights about the project Radar. The second part is going to be completely devoted to Radar project, and we are going to showcase and demonstrate what we have achieved so far in as brief as possible. All of the Radar results are available and will be available when the project ends completely. There is a lunch break at 12, planned for 12:40 to 1:40, where we are all going to have a break. We are going to have a lunch, but we hope you will also have online lunch somewhere to start with National Uptake Roundtable discussion and finalize with the closing part. Without further delay, I would like to give the floor to our Fran Žepić. Fran Žepić is a coordinator of the USDR PA1B Danube strategy, and he's going to address the conference. Franz, if you may unmute yourself and turn on your video, we would like to see you and hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivera. I cannot open my video because I'm blocked. Can somebody help me?
I think you can start your video now.
Okay, great. Do you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Great. So I would like to share also some slides with you. Is it possible?
Yes, that's possible.
Yeah, we see your screen, Fran, so just go into presentation.
We see your screen, so you can see.
Do you see my slides?
Yes,
Yes.
we see them.
Okay, excellent. So first of all, thank you very much, Olivera, for this event. Also, I would like to say hello to all the project partners, all colleagues and friends, and of course, all the participants to this event. I do not want to spend too much time. That's why I would like, first of all, to thank my minister for taking time to address us all by video and explained very well the importance of the transport, in particular road infrastructure for the road users in the Danube region. I would also like you to pay attention on two things going on in 2021 that are very special for myself, Slovenians, and a number of other colleagues. First one is, of course, our second holding of the EU presidency after 2008. After 13 years, we are now again trying to make things work under our leadership in the European Union. And of course, we are paying a special attention also to transport and in particular as well to the road safety. And second important issue for myself and also the Danube macro region is our 10th years anniversary. On 22nd June, 2011, we hold our first steering group meeting, and this was the start of the work within priority area 1B, road, rail, and air links. And we are very proud that we have some tangible results in these 10 years. Of course, there is still a lot to be done. And most of all, I would like to say that all achievements are a result of stakeholders, of people that are dedicated to the region and are working on different fields, like, for example, the partners of this project. I would like to remind you of the size of the Danube macro region, that is in area 1 million square kilometers, 1/4 of the area of European Union, with a population of 115 million. The second thing that I would like to mention is that we have since 2010, when the documents, communication and action plan has been endorsed and adopted by the Commission, we have two revisions. First one was for the action plan in 2000. 2016 for targets and in 2020 for the actions. I put on this slide a couple of actions that are strongly linked to the road safety in the Danube region. In particular, Action 8, where we are trying to raise awareness for road safety and encourage exchange of best practices, because this is something that as a, let's say, operational body within the political governing structure, we are able to do. And as I already mentioned, a lot depends on the people that are 100% dedicated to road safety. It means mostly you. There are also other actions that contribute directly or indirectly to the excuse me, there are some noises. So there are a number of other actions that are directly or indirectly linked to improve the road safety, like completion of the anti-road network, core and comprehensive, like work on sustainability, sustainable mobility within the urban areas, like improvement of regional, local cross-border infrastructure, and of course a lot intelligent traffic systems as the ones to contribute. We have a very unbalanced development of all transport modes, infrastructure and services in the region, and we are trying to figure out to pinpoint on the areas with the missing links, with the bottlenecks, and of course also to narrow the gaps. There are almost 900,000 kilometers roads, and out of it, over 12,000 kilometers of motorways, mainly there and in the upper part of the Danube River basin. So, in a nutshell, what we are trying to do within the priority area 1B, Danube strategy, we would like to merge the EU and non-EU transport system, and we are paying a special attention to give the same or equal dedication to all modes of transport. And of course, on the other hand, we would like to bridge the transport gap between the EU and non-EU countries on a number of issues, including on the acquis legislation. So, talking about the road safety, myself as a non-expert, I always see the three pillars that are of key importance, and this is driver, vehicle, and roads. And the driver, myself, I'm a driver, you are probably a driver. We all believe that we are doing the best when it comes to safe driving. And also if we are walking, we believe that we are doing it safe. So it is without saying that we need to strive for, let's say, an attitude that would contribute to the road safety in terms that we acknowledge that we are humans and we can make mistakes. Second, of course, is vehicle, and I'm pleased to notice that since the so-called Vision Zero started in '97 by Sweden, there are a number of institutions, companies, manufacturers are taking this on board. For example, there are a number of vehicle manufacturers that are claiming or they are striving to make a car that there will be no fatal accident with their cars on the roads anymore. And same goes, let's say, for the tire producers and so on. What I miss a little bit is, and what Eurorap and this project is working a lot, is that we are not paying or admitting so much that our roads are also many times neglected or not maintained very well, so that they are not so driver friendly and forgiving as we would expect, or we like to say, we like to talk about it. So we have to do much better in this. So in short, we could or should be very proud on the achievements in the past 10, 20, 30 years, or since motorization started in 1960 and so on, but we cannot be satisfied yet. Numbers, we all like numbers, and probably these numbers will be shown today during this conference number of times. That's why I would not speak about the world, just about the EU. When it is a movement, it is still not what we wanted to have, 50% reduction by 2020. So now we postpone it to 2030. But still, there has been last year, the first time, less than 20,000 people killed, and that's a good sign. On the other hand, in the Danube region, I do not have an exact data, but it's an estimation that there is around 3,000, between 3 and 4,000 people that die annually. So we have number of challenges, and we hope to address them via the projects like Radar and others, like Sabrina, that is now ongoing, to address them in terms that we would be able to solve a number of issues that are linked to different driving culture within the countries, quality of road infrastructure that differs a lot, and vehicle safety that is also in many countries of the Danube region worrying. We need better cars. To achieve all this, we need to link better, we need to cooperate, we need to coordinate, we need to promote successful and good activities, we need to exchange best practices, and we need to fight for financing. By saying this, I would like to remind you that couple of days ago, on 16th of December, the Commission launched a 7 billion package for the project linked to transport infrastructure on key missing links and green transport. And I sincerely hope that at least some of this money will be dedicated and part also for the road safety issues. So from my side, I would like to thank you for being patient with me. And once more, I would like to say that it is a real pleasure to work hand in hand on projects like Radar with a team like it is the team of partners within the Radar project. I'm looking forward for the next 10 years. Thank you very much and all the best for today's conference. I'm looking forward to learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Žepić. I would like to now introduce Ferry Smith, chairman of the EuroRAP, representing European Institute of Road Assessment, EuroRAP, which is the lead partner. Ferry, if you can turn on your camera and unmute. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And welcome to you all. Just to start off with, Oliveira, your sound is very low, so please try to improve that a little bit because you're very hard to follow. I saw in the chat a lot of complaints about it. Welcome to you all in this beautiful conference. I'm very honored that I could say some words of welcome to you. I think it's a very important day because this project, this radar project, is of course very important as a fundament for further action. But let me start to say that it's a very big achievement in these difficult times to run a project like radar, because it's of course you are known with the effects of COVID, and that's a big hurdle to take if you want to run a project like radar with so many interactions, and if you have to do it remote, it's an extra burden. I'm also very happy that we have a very big number of attendees because it shows that road safety is alive and important to you all. And I hope that on the basis of the radar project, you will take actions. I come to that later. Despite of the COVID situation, there was a big challenge, and I think the results and the outcome of the radar project is very big achievement. I'm very happy with that outcome. Especially because of the fact that we are now in the second decade of action. And this second decade of action challenges us all to take the right actions, because still every day worldwide 3,700 people lose their life in traffic. And we don't take into account, but it's very important too, also the people who are very seriously injured and have the burden of that lifelong. The second thing is that this radar project, and that's a very good thing, aims at all road users, not only at car occupants or car drivers, but it has a complete overview of results where we can learn from on all different road users. And I think we will learn from that today even more. What we see is that a lot of different challenges are coming ahead of us. We have to work on improving road safety, but at the same time, and it was already mentioned, we also see a lot of improvement in technology, not only in cars, by the way, because vehicles goes beyond the motor car itself. And especially in these times, what we see is that, especially in the bigger cities, a lot of people transferring from personal cars and public transport to walking and cycling. And those vulnerable road users, we should pay extra attention to them, because with all the developments of COVID, people not want to be close to each other in public transport, making choices to walk and cycle a little bit more, but also the enormous challenge we have on environmental issues like carbon dioxide drives people to take the bicycle, light electric vehicles, and walking more as a mode of transportation. And we really should take into account that those vulnerable road users, we should provide with the proper infrastructure. And as has been said by the previous speaker, the maintenance of infrastructure is also very, very important, because what we should do and should think of is when we put down infrastructure, and I think especially in the eastern part of Europe, luckily a lot of new infrastructure is built. We have to think about maintenance as well, because we can't say here's a road and we don't do anything about it for the next 20 years. It gives us also the opportunity to look into quality improvement according to road safety. If you maintain roads, it's maybe cost a little bit more extra to improve the quality of the safety of infrastructure. So that's it's a very good basis. I hope that, as I said before, the outcome of the radar project will encourage you all to take action, because that's what it's all about. We can do investigations as long as we want to, but at the end of the day, it's important that we put the spade into the ground, improve the quality of the infrastructure, and improve the quality of our mobility system. So, and just, of course, it's not only the infrastructure, but it is a very good basis to start off with. It's a very good investment. So all decision makers being out there, I would say, think twice before you invest, because investment in safe road infrastructure does pay back. It has a good return on investment, and I really would like to challenge you to look into your budgets and see what you can do and use the knowledge which we have learned in the radar project. I will be very brief, because it's more important to get into the details and into the results of the radar activities. So I hope that you have a very pleasant and learning day today, and that you are inspired at the end of the day to take action and to improve road safety. And let me conclude with the compliments to the radar team, because they have done a hell of a lot of work. And I would say, let's carry on and let's improve the quality of safety in your countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ferry. Yeah, let's follow up. Let's carry on the work we have done. And I would like now to invite Stephen Halligan, a project officer, radar project officer from the Danube Transnational Program, who is co-funding our radar project. Stephen, thank you very much for joining. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Oliver. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you perfect and see you perfect.
Super, thank you. So thank you on behalf of the Managing Authority and the Joint Secretariat in Budapest. Thank you firstly for the invitation, but can I say a special thank you for the lead partner and the partners, firstly for taking this proposal and project forward, and also in the circumstances, also the pandemic circumstances. This project started on the 1st of June 2018. And if I recall rightly, we had 22 partners, EU, non-EU countries, and a series of activities, deliverables, which hopefully led to the outputs, the strategy, etc. Now, of course, there's one thing with a plan, and there's another thing, the plan coming together and producing these outputs at the end of the project. And here we had a dramatic situation, as we all know, the pandemic, particularly in 2020. So the lead partner and partners have to be creative in that situation. And clearly, even on my time on this project, understanding it, it's clear that the partners and the lead partner were very creative in making this project happen. So we'd like to say, a particular thank you, and not to the lead partner, to the partners, particularly to Olivia, for keeping this moving in a difficult time. For us on the programme, road safety is clearly important. It's important, as we've heard, for the region. It's important as we go forward. The Danube Transnational Programme will come to an end in its first form at the end of this year, but we would take this forward with a second programme. And I'd just like to say a few words on that if I can. The second programme will be similar. It will have the same countries. It will cover the same macro region as was being referred to earlier. And we will have a new set of sort of priority areas. So we'll have a set of 4 priority areas. I don't want to go through these in detail. They haven't been finalized as yet, the approach. But what I do want to do is to highlight some areas where road safety and transport related issues come out. So very quickly, I'll just try to highlight where this could be. So within the new program, there are 4 areas of priority areas: a smarter Danube region dealing with innovation and entrepreneurship, a greener, low carbon Danube region where we're looking at the environment and energy issues, a more social Danube region in which we look at employment, education and social issues, and a governance priority. Now, there will not be a dedicated transport focused priority, but nevertheless, within the priorities, these 4 areas, there will be possibilities to get involved, for transport to be involved, and road safety indeed. And the most likely area, once it's finalized, is within a smarter Danube region. So what will be the priority 1? And this will be around enhancing innovation and technology transfer in the Danube region. More especially, there'll be a focus on developing smart and sustainable green transport technologies, networks, and e-mobility solutions. So that will be a focus of the overall thing. And secondly, a focus on the integration of smart cities and smart regions, solutions in the planning, management, and development of the Danube region and cities. So it's this, Ferry spoke a little bit before about the technology and the changing position. And it's in this area, So in this innovation, smart city planning, etc., where we see that transport and road safety issues could play a part. So we would encourage you to maintain a close watch on the Danube Transnational Programme and to discuss where you can the possible involvement of transport projects and road safety projects in the future. So on that note, I will wish you all well for the conference today. I thank the organisers again and the project and project partners especially. And I wish you well for the future and more good projects like this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Encouraging words. We were very worried when we saw the Danube program new programming period, but we are very happy to hear at this conference these encouraging words that transport and road safety may find the way to continue cooperation through the Danube Transnational Program. We'll keep that in mind. Without further delay, thank you very much for addressing this conference and welcoming. I would like to go now to our keynote speakers and invite Petros Petrou from the European Commission, Department of Mobility and Transport. Please, Petros, if you can unmute yourself and turn on your video. Welcome. The floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to ensure that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it. You can put it in the presenter's mode if you want. Yes.
Sure. Okay. So I would like to thank you everyone for the invitation. Indeed, every conference that concerns road safety, it's an important area for us because saving lives involves everyone, and it's not something that only one member state or one organization or stakeholder is interested in. It's a wide concept, so we are all in this, and let's hope that the next years will bring us closer to what is called Vision Zero for us, meaning that we end up with by 2050 with 0 deaths in the roads. Having said that, the Commission is particularly working on the revised road infrastructure safety management, which has important milestones, and especially in the area of road markings and road signs, we are actually at the moment assessing the opportunity to agree with member states if we could establish common specifications. And these common specifications would ensure that the road signs and road markings are readable and detectable for the human drivers, and of course the advanced, the ADAS, the advanced driver assistance systems. Besides that, I'll get to a bit more detail, but in generally in the milestones of our directive. Secondly, we're working on guidance of a methodology of a network-wide road safety assessment and safety ratings, because in accordance to this directive now, the member states are obliged to start by 2024 conducting their road safety, the assessment of their network, in order to be able not only identify accidents after they happen, but proactively assess the roads and see before the accident happens what is the area that needs to be improved and what we could do to get an improvement. Finally, one important element that we are currently working on, and it's a new subgroup that it's about to be, the call is about to be published by the end of the month. So we're creating a new subgroup which will focus on the so-called forgiving road sites and self-explaining enforcing roads, meaning that design of the roads, would it help prevent accidents, and the design of the roads itself would help the driver's behavior in order to avoid any serious collisions. In brief, our timeline, that wouldn't be important. We have the April plenary, which consists of member states authorities, which will be the political decision maker on this. And then we have currently the subgroup 1, which deals with road marking signs, the current subgroup 2, which is working on the methodology on so-called road safety assessments, and finally the one that will be created, which we, of course, involve the member state authorities and mainly the individual experts and organizations that they have the expertise. So anyone that would have the expertise in the design of road marking, on this road design, and with special also attention to vulnerable road users, which is also an important area, are welcome to apply for the call. So this is our timeline. What we are actually at the moment is working on the opportunities for road signs and road markings, the methodology assessment that the first network should be conducted by 2024. And then in planning, what I have said is a new subgroup. I will give you some further details on the road signs and road markings area, which is one huge area that we are working on. What we have done and what we are planning to do in the future is we agreed in the last plenary meeting that we will need to further discuss and analyze possible areas that could be in the future be a part of any legislation part, either recommendations that are not binding or an implementing act in the areas that will be identified and that they have a common ground to proceed. At the moment, please note that this plenary agreed that more work is needed in order to further analyze, and then when we have a short list of 5 areas, for example, then we will proceed with a proper cost and benefit analysis, see what the benefits are and what the costs are, and then on the basis of that, we'll continue legislating on our side. Following that, please note that a questionnaire about the member states' input was sent in July, and it was a deadline of September 17th. We have 15 replies received, and we are currently analyzing the replies in order to have a clear discussion and probably decision making during the next plenary meeting, which is planned on the 14th of October, on which areas should we proceed with. Just really brief, what we have we're currently working on is, as I said, we have here working on possible options to intervene in the area of firstly road markings, and then we also have road signs and we have general. And we are classifying these. We are ranking them actually and scoring them according to their impact on human drivers and ADAS, the current practices for member states, the effort needed, the rough cost estimation, the implementation period, of course, the technical complexity and implementation and their evaluation, and of course, their potential impact in difficult weather conditions. So, for example, taking the nighttime visibility in dry conditions, it's an area that ranked high, but what we would need, this is our ranking system, besides that, the agreement of member states. So having said that, we have the questionnaire again out. We are asking member states for a more detailed, more detailed analysis on this. We have the replies, we're working on those, and then we will discuss in further detail in October. Just another area that would be really brief. It's the network wet road assessment that I have said. We are working with a consortium as well, and we are trying to see a proposed guidance to member states that by 2024 they are obliged to do this network assessment. So what we're trying is just to combine the so-called proactive approach with the reactive approach, meaning that the inbuilt safety of the road and the and again reactively on the basis of the accidents happening in roads, combine these two areas and then end up with an assessment that we will be able to classify the roads and lead to fewer accidents and of course better road safety performance. On this, we have an ongoing assessment of methodologies, and the important thing is that we have an ongoing assessment on how we can combine the proactive and the reactive approach. And again, on this area, the progress of where we stand on the study that we are working on will be discussed in our next plenary meeting on 13th of October. And just one comment, I recall from Mr. Smith said that maintenance is important area. Indeed, we understand that maintenance is an important area for everyone, but on this area that they were working on road signs and road markings, we have maintenance out of scope, and we are trying to see when member states are in the future are deciding or obliged to change their road signs and the road markings, what would be the special design characteristics and features that they would ensure that human drivers and in the future advanced driver systems will comply with their requirements. Of course, we are about to propose some values for maintenance, some guiding values in case that member states would like to proceed with maintaining some elements. That would be on an optional basis. So that would be on my side. Thank you again for inviting, and please don't forget, road safety is indeed an important area that involves every single person around us. Thank you very much.
Let's take advantage of this live meeting and have a round of applause. Thank you so much, Petros.
Thank you very much.
For your excellent presentation. And going from the European perspective, I would like to give the floor to Rob McInerney to provide us with the international perspective of road infrastructure safety. Rob, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining us.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Olivera. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you very well. Thank you, Rob.
Excellent. Well, firstly, I would just like to say a very big congratulations to you and all of the Radar team and all of the partners. You have created a fantastic partnership across borders and tackling this common global problem that we are all tackling. And a very big congratulations on reaching the final stages of the Radar project. So I'd like to talk to you about road safety and sustainable development, but with a global perspective. And the starting point is that, sadly, we have unsustainable development at the moment. The tragedy, as we've talked about in terms of fatalities this morning, is very clear, but it is just the tip of the iceberg. What is happening beneath there is an incredible burden on our health systems, on our insurance systems, on families, on our economies, and on our development. And it's the brain injuries, the quadriplegia, the limb fractures. These life-changing injuries are happening each and every day, more than 100,000 of them each and every day around the world. We're all united with this same common problem, no matter where we are in the world. And that is the opportunity that you've explored as part of the Danube Transnational Program, is to work together to tackle this problem. And that is what IRAP is doing at the global level, because we have the vaccines. And I must say, I've been really enjoying all of your the information you've been sharing about how we turn an unsafe road into a safe road, and some of the images there, but also the training that you have all been working on together. That shared success that comes from working together has been very important. But also, we are now focused. We have the second UN Decade of Action for Road Safety. We didn't do a good enough job in the first decade. And we now have the 12 global targets that is uniting the world to be able to have this same common focus on the solutions that we all need for pedestrians, for cyclists, for motorcyclists, for vehicle occupants as well. And those 12 targets include Target 3, to make sure that every new road that we build or upgrade is at least 3-star or better for all road users. A very simple addition to every specification for every road project that goes out to tender, and increasingly bring more than 75% of travel up to that equivalent 3-star or better standard by 2030. That is the vaccines for roads, and our opportunity is to work together to provide that. Because underlying all of that is evidence. We know that if we can go from that 1-star road to a 2-star road, that iceberg that I showed you at the beginning can halve in size. If we can go from 2-star to 3-star, that iceberg will halve again. If we can go to 4-star, it will halve again. And if we can go to 5-star, we are getting close to that Vision Zero 2050 goal that we're all working towards. And the important part is this is economically viable. From the analysis we've done at the global level, we know that there will be at least €8 of benefit for every €1 invested. This is not a trade-off between the health and the economy like some of the COVID responses have needed to be. If we invest in road safety, we will save lives, we will save money, and we will create jobs. And so that's what IRAP is doing right around the world in more than 100 countries now, working together with the European Commission, the Danube Transnational Programme, all of the radar partners, the European Investment Bank, all of you in this partnership that's part of radar, and all trying to do those same things, as Frank mentioned, to actually fight for the financing. This business case is positive. We just need to be able to present it in a really powerful way to finance ministries, to heads of government. And we can do that with locally owned programs like EuroRAP and your own national programs and schemes within Europe, Brazil RAP, China RAP, US RAP, OzRAP, all of us solving the same problem once and sharing that knowledge for the benefit of all. And I think some of the shared success that I'd like to touch on today is number one about road designs. This image that you can see, many of you will probably recognise from your own countries, where we have that sole focus on the vehicle occupant. We look at historical design standards and we roll out a brand new 4-lane road through a village like this one in Morocco. Clearly okay for vehicles, but deadly 1-star for pedestrians and cyclists. There is no doubt that families will lose their children in this village every year until it's fixed, but it doesn't need to be like that. And so one success that I think we are building on, and again, some of the partners there in the Danube have been contributing to, is the star ratings for designs, where we can get safe roads right from the start. Before you build a road like this one, you can say, we're about to build a 1-star road for pedestrians, kill 24 of them, lead to 85 brain injuries and 115 limb fractures. Do we want to continue, or do we bring our innovation and our expertise to take it to 4-star or ultimately 5-star for everyone? Likewise, and I like what Stephen was talking about in terms of the next program and the focus on being smarter. One of the opportunities that you can carry forward from this fantastic radar work is to take that into the land of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We are shaping a global AI RAP initiative for the accelerated and intelligent collection of RAP attributes. We've been working on this for years with Google and many other partners around the world, but we're now starting to see that success. For example, TomTom is being able to map where 75% of travel is in every country, the example there from Thailand. We're working with Botna Foundation in Vietnam to use satellite data and other telematics data to be able to identify all the high-risk schools in the country from big data. And then we zoom in with the Star Rating for Schools program for really targeted results at the local level. We have a great new project happening with the Transportation Research Board and AASHTO, very much focused on AI RAP attributes for vulnerable road users in the US. We've got some fantastic work with the World Bank in Africa, and here in Australia, we have a road authority that is assessing their entire network using LiDAR data from TomTom plus aerial LiDAR data to actually automatically code the IRAP attributes. So that smartness will bring speed, scale, and accelerated action to our road safety challenge. The next one we were talking about earlier from Frank was about fighting for financing. And we're working at the global level with the World Bank Treasury on the establishment of a Saving Lives bond. Like a green bond or a climate bond, this will actually bring results-based financing to your road infrastructure. So, for example, in the Danube region, you set a national target for 3-star or better roads. You then use your IRAP assessment to work out the internal rate of return. Together with the EIB and others, you bring in public and private financing to upgrade those roads. We measure how many brain injuries we're saving. We measure the savings to the health sector and the insurance sector, and we mobilise those savings as shadow tolls or a dividend stream to support that upfront investment. And we measure our success and we celebrate it. We ribbon cut those new 4- and 5-star motorways, just as is happening in Brazil, where the Brazil government is actually rolling this out across the country. All the concessions going out with that 3-star or better criteria and incentives for the toll road operators to actually get and reach those targets. Everyone's a winner. It's a fantastic initiative. Likewise, COVID, I know you've had some focus on the COVID response as part of your work in Radar. And one example for you to draw on is here in Australia, where the Deputy Prime Minister brought in a COVID stimulus package to identify high-risk road sections right across Australia and funding those sections everywhere. So creating jobs across the whole country, but all conditional on reaching 3-star or better standard. A fantastic COVID stimulus package that will save lives and create jobs as well. And then that success can also go right the way through to city streets, where we can, as part of the environmental aspects that Stephen was talking about before, understand that unless we get that mode right and provide 5-star for pedestrians and 5-star for cyclists and 5-star for micro-mobility, make sure our transport hubs are 5-star for those vulnerable road users who use public transport. Build that to be the best and the showcase within your city, within your country, within your town. And likewise, what better than providing 5-star journeys to school for our kids and doing that as part of a systematic Star Rating for Schools program. So all of this can happen, and all of this can happen if we work together and we unlock the partnerships for 2030 impact that will make sure that all new roads are built to that 3-star or better standard, and we progressively bring existing roads to 3-star or better standard for all. We could save so many lives, and we can do it together. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much, Rob. Thanks for your excellent introduction. And going back now from the international to a regional sphere and something in between Europe and international, we are having a Transport Treaty Secretariat that deals with transport issues with European and close to European countries. Liliana Cela will tell us more about their activities and how they are dealing with road safety in the neighborhood of European Union. Thank you, Liliana. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Olivera, for giving me the floor. As you said, yes, we're somehow and somewhere in the between. We're calling ourselves like a gate between Western Balkan and and the European Union. Dear colleagues, distinguished speakers and participants, I'm very glad to be here in this final event of the Radar. I remember the first day and your first event when the Radar started. So I can say that the time flies, and I hope that all your experience will be valuable for all the participants that are hearing us today and all those that are going to read your deliverables. Before I start, I have to give a big thank you to Olivera for gathering us together in this celebration of Radar, and to congratulate all the project partners of Radar and the team behind that finalized with success this project. It is definitely offering more insight into the safe infrastructure, one of the important parts of the safe system approach. My presentation today will follow on the sharing of two main elements of transport community work, which it is Road Safety Action Plan and the new established Western Balkans Road Safety Observatory. Starting with the Stockholm Declaration, on February 2020, which paved the way for further global political commitment with the UN General Assembly resolution on road safety and proclaiming these 10 years of 2021 to 2030 as the second decade of action for road safety, is including new reduction of targets and new goals for 2030, which means 50% reduction of not just road deaths, but for the first time also the serious injuries. The highlight of this decade is that it is basing the policy and the work on the safe system approach, or so-called Vision Zero, which it is our goal for 2050. And these goals are set out on the EU Road Safety Policy Framework for 2021 and 2030, which is giving a focus on the key performance indicators for healing the road safety issues. On the Road Safety Action Plan, I would like to say that it is adopted, and it was one of the major deliverables of our ministerial conference in Western Balkans on October 26, 2020, and it was on the presence of the European Commissioner for Transport and Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement, which was endorsed, and now we're close to a year of action plan. This plan is embracing as well Vision Zero and enforcing the collaboration and cross-sectoral partnerships and the interaction between road user vehicles and road environments, like the potential areas for interventions. When it comes to the data issue, for 2020, there were 1,171 people that lost their lives in Western Balkans roads. And if we compare with the baseline of 2020, it was a reduction of 25%, which it is just half of the goal that we had for the previous decade. If we compare with EU statistics, in EU 27 fatality rate was 42 fatalities per million inhabitants, while in Western Balkans 6 regional partners, the fatality rate was 64. Which means 22 fatalities more per million inhabitants. But at the end, our efforts are indicated by numbers, number of the road crashes, serious injuries, and road deaths. And when we compare this with the reporting that World Health Organization is doing, there is quite a discrepancy between what we officially are reporting and what World Health Organization is reporting. Due to the lack of the coordination on the definition and also on the number of the variables collected, it is also impossible to make a comparison across the region. So this is one of our tasks that we're carrying during this action plan for improving the data collection process on road safety. Another important measure, it is key performance indicators, and that was what I mentioned before. It is based on the key performance indicators set out in the EU policy framework for 2021-2030. We already have dedicated now a part of explaining the methodology that it is released, the guidance minimum methodology on 6 out of 8 KPIs that is released from EU on May 2021. So in the next technical committee, we're dedicating a part of the agenda or explaining in detail these 6 key performance indicators with the experts from VIAS and also inviting a road safety unit from European Commission. In terms of the strategies for this decade, all the region is embracing the new goals, and they all have started to work or to think about the drafting of the new strategies. But unfortunately, not yet. We don't have an example where a regional participant had already drafted this new strategy. What we're recommending here that their strategies should be based on the safe system approach, on comprehensive multi-sectoral action plans, not just a national action plan, but also within that to have several multi-sectoral action plans that with time-bound targets in which is now becoming immediate. And here we come to our topic that we have for this conference, infrastructure, ensuring the safe infrastructure. Improving infrastructure is the cornerstone of road safety, and it will be critical for achieving the new goals for 2030. The measure that we have on improving the safe infrastructure is based also in our previous work, in the light of previous work on road safety audits and road safety inspections, not just on the policy level guidelines and curricula, but what we're pursuing now and what we're recommending, it is the adoption of 3-year plans on road safety audits, inspection, and also 5 years maintenance rolling plans, which it is another measure under the technical committee on road, not on road safety, but here we find a similar or find a joint work. It is very important for each regional participant to have. In terms of these, and just when we ensure that we have these plans and we're working based on these plans, we will ensure to have continuously safe roads. On the side of transport community, we have managed to finalize 10 high-risk sections on the core and comprehensive network with detailed designs for improving road safety, and that it is an approximate of 300 kilometers. Currently, we are in discussions with European Commission and EIB for finding the modalities for financing this road section. And here we come to the problem of funding, which it is very important, but also it is missing kind of budget line on the national level, on the regional level, and maybe also at the local level. Another important regional project on which we are working, but that it is also under another group, which it is rail, it is improvement of railroad level crossings. Well, the final measure that I want to mention here, and which I'm happy to let the audience to know, that we have recently established Western Balkans Road Safety Observatory, which was announced on July 5th in Slovenia in the Ministerial Council of Western Balkans. The goal of Road Safety Observatory for Western Balkans aims to offer a regional platform for exchange of the information on the strategies, policies, action plans, initiatives. It will build knowledge on the improvement of national crash data systems and their harmonization. The work started on February 2021. It was just a few months. And with the support of FIA and World Bank, we have already now produced the first report on regional participants profile, and also we have produced a 3-year working plan for this road safety observatory, which this plan is expected to be adopted on the level of the steering committee in a month. What it is important to mention here, it is that this observatory brings together sectors of transport, police, and health in a unique platform, which it is offering a tailored solution and monitoring road safety targets, which we hope to improve and harmonize road safety data in the region. So for this platform, we have nominated contacts from ministries of transport, police sector, and also Ministry of Health. The yearly progress on these measures that I mentioned, and also some other measures, it is currently under preparation, and this is thanks to the work and the inputs that is giving our technical committee members, which are representatives of ministries of transport and road authorities. And I see that some of them are already following this project. All above mentioned, it shows the importance and the contribution of every sector, being that at international, EU level, regional, national, or local level. To this end, we are all aware that we need to join forces together. Collaboration, partnership, and exchange of best practices are the key of our success. And I'm looking forward now to hearing the presentations of the Radar project and learning more from your experience. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Liliana, very much for your interesting presentation. And as Ferry mentioned from the beginning, and also other speakers, nothing can happen without finance and about actually improving roads and improving road safety on the networks. That's why I would give the floor to Malaya Zumel from European Investment Bank to provide her role and her view, bank's view and activities on road safety. Malaya, thank you very much for joining. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Oli. Thank you very much. So as Oliveira mentioned, I'm here on behalf of the European Investment Bank, but also representing 9 other MDBs and international financial institutions. Next slide, please, Oli. One more. Thank you. So for the past, one back, please. For the past 21 months, the EIB has been the chair of the MDB Working Group on Road Safety, comprising of the 10 MDBs and IFIs that you see there on the slide. And we have a lot of differences, but we all have a public mandate to support sustainable development and equitable growth in and with our partner countries. And as we progress with financing infrastructure and financing roads in particular, we see that there is diminishing funding for roads. This is because there are a lot of acute challenges that come on our path. There's a bigger focus on climate change, and the links between health and climate change and roads are not made sufficiently clear in many fora. So there's often a lack of general awareness and political understanding as to the continuing importance of roads in the delivery of all the sustainable development goals. We've identified roads within the EIB, but also within these different institutions as a way to promote continued financing of roads, also in the context of connectivity and equitable growth. One of the main challenges we see, though, is how to mainstream road safety within our organizations, within our operations, but also in our partner countries. And I guess it's also up to us to highlight this, and that's why I'm also very congratulatory to projects such as Radar and to partners such as Eurorap for bringing sufficient attention to this subject matter. Next slide, please, Oli. So guided by the new EU Road Safety Directive, the Global Ministerial on Road Safety in Stockholm, as well as the new UN General Assembly resolution on road safety, we were able to coordinate our first high-level statement on road safety between our 10 institutions. It was quite a milestone for us because it's the first time that the attention was put on road safety at such a high level. It brings together 3 pillars: an integrated approach, increased accountability, and ambition. And these are very vague concepts I can understand also in the context of a high-level joint statement. So I would like to highlight the experience of the EIB as a financier of roads and off-road safety to make it a little bit more concrete. Next slide, please, Ollie. So just to focus on the EIB, for those who don't know us yet, the EIB is the financing arm of the EU. We also finance projects outside of the EU with a special focus on our neighboring countries. So it's a very important region for us, the Danube area. We have projects in 7-8 countries, billions and billions of projects a year, typically between 50 and 70 billion a year, financed by the EIB, mobilizing at least twice that amount. And approximately 10 to 12 billion of that goes to transport, 6 billion of that for roads. It's quite a large number, and I believe in the last year or two we financed up to 6,000 kilometers of roads a year. And I recall that we had a high-level speech for one of our vice presidents, and then the question was raised: of the 6,000 kilometers that we built, how many can we say are really safe roads? And it's very hard to say, because what is a safe road and what is a road safety project? We realized very quickly that we have to be more ambitious in what we do in terms of roads, but also in terms of road safety. Next slide, please. Sorry that the slide is a little bit off, but in the context of our transport lending policy, we are re-looking, and we're looking at how we finance roads and how we finance infrastructure in general. We will be reviewing and renewing our transport lending policy for the first time in 10 years. And for the first time since the inception of the bank in the 50s, safety is one of our key pillars. So we have 4 key pillars: safe, accessible, green, and efficient mobility. And I'm happy to say that safety is something that we are actively promoting and mainstreaming in all of our activities, not just in roads, not just in transport, because we understand that safety and road safety has an impact in cities. It has an impact on everything where people move from A to B, and in also achieving a lot of the other sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. So to be concrete, in terms of road safety, what role is the EIB playing? Well, we always say that we are not directly responsible for accidents on roads that we finance. We understand that the countries themselves are the owners of the infrastructure they build, but we do realize that we can directly influence the safety standards of the roads we finance. So it's up to us to prioritize and support projects with good safety impacts. We do so by prioritizing safety as a key part of sustainable transport, by promoting investments in safer roads, and by supporting our partner countries and clients in complying with the new EU Road Safety Directive, the achievement of the SDGs, and to strive to do no harm through advocacy, TA, and capacity building support. But what's even more important is maybe knowing our own baseline and impacts. The needs for infrastructure is huge, and there's a need for political understanding both within our partner countries and our institutions as to what is needed or required with respect to road safety. I mean, we all know someone who has suffered or even died on a road, yet it still seems that the indignation is greater when there's a crash in rail or there's an air crash. So it's up to us really to show the impact of roads and the impact of road safety operations. Next slide, please. This is just to illustrate the EIB's main field of impact. As I said earlier, the EIB was traditionally focused on infrastructure. So our biggest field of impact at present are safer roads. However, we do hope in future to have a broader overview of what it means to provide safe roads. to be engaged earlier with our partner countries, to look more at technology, to be there upstream, and to help countries to progress in building pipelines of safe roads and safe corridors. And this is why we're very happy to be part of this project and to be invited to this event, because initiatives such as RADAR really show a cooperative element where we can bring together people from the European Commission, from the countries themselves, from the financing world, to already plan ahead for the future. And not just to look at safe roads, but to look at the technology that supports road users, that supports vehicles, and post-crash responses. And it also brings together not just financing, but the much needed technical assistance in highlighting and addressing the shortcomings with respect to road safety. Next slide, please. Within the MDB working group, we've identified 5 objectives that we would really want to focus our financing and our technical assistance towards. One is scaling up capacity to be able to prepare and implement investments in road safety. Another is to increase the safety impacts of the projects that we finance. A third is to integrate road safety considerations into all relevant operations. And as I mentioned before, a relevant road safety operation is not necessarily just a road. In terms of our safeguards, for example, which we have also just revisited and reviewed, we've now included road safety as a very specific component, not just for road projects, but for transport projects in general, where people make use of multimodal forms of transport, and also broader projects such as schools. We're hoping to establish a stronger framework of project eligibility, prioritization, and impact monitoring, so that we can ensure that along the whole project cycle, road safety is taken into consideration, and to also strengthen our own internal capacity and knowledge to become a leader in road safety. Next slide, please. So looking at the road ahead, there's been some talk on the new decade of action, which goes from 2021 to 2030. However, working within a financing institution, working on infrastructure, we understand that if we don't see road safety in our projects today, we will not be able to achieve the goals of the new decade of action. The roads we build now will be there for 20, 30 years. And the planning is such that if we don't plan for it today, we will not see those roads until the end of this new decade of action. So within our new transport landing policy, we are trying to prioritize safety by committing to not financing unsafe roads, by streamlining road safety throughout the project cycle, and as the speakers before me have highlighted, to also prioritize safety in other aspects of financing our projects, in looking at our KPIs, in looking at how we can promote and cooperate with others with respect to road safety, how we can ensure that all our colleagues within our institutions take safety into consideration through our procedures and guidelines, and how we can communicate and provide visibility to that, which we do, to the projects that we implement, and the support that we provide to our partner countries. Next slide, please. Apart from financing, I already mentioned that we are also becoming more and more ambitious with respect to our advisory work and technical assistance. I'm very happy to say that JASPERS, which is an advisory platform for the European regions, has joined our team recently here in the mobility department where I work. And they support our partner countries in integrating road safety in transport policies and strategies. It's really about capacity building, following also the road safety directive. And it helps our clients to improve safety on roads and roads adjacent to investments. And again, to demonstrate the road safety impact on public finances and health and insurance systems, and hopefully to promote road safety more broadly across our projects. Next, please. I mean, we have been very ambitious, and we have some political backing inside our institutions, but we still look towards our partner countries to help us with certain challenges. One of the main challenges we face is how to promote road safety more broadly, especially in areas not covered by regulations. notably in the urban sphere. A lot of what has been agreed upon with respect to road safety on the global sphere is still quite voluntary. It's sometimes open to interpretation. Rob mentioned the 3-star roads, but the question is, who is responsible for that? Who will finance that? So it's really up to all of us to promote road safety, and we also look towards our partner countries to actively ask for this when they ask for our financing. Next slide, please. Another is the importance of tracking and reporting on our outcomes and impacts. As Ms. Sala mentioned, KPIs are going to be more and more important. And as I said earlier, I'd like to think that we are a demand-driven institution cooperating very closely with our partner countries. And it's hard to make a case for funding and financing if we cannot report on the impact and the good business case that road safety investments have within them, as Rob McInerney very clearly demonstrated. So, I mean, the EIB is an investment bank, and it is up to all of us to provide proof that road safety is not just a basic right as enshrined in the universal SDGs, but also a very sound investment with social, economic, and financial benefits. Next slide, please. So actually, my main takeaway from this is not to bog everyone down with conditionalities, but to illustrate what is possible. I don't know if it's possible to scroll down this list that I provided the organizers with, but I just wanted to say that there are many, many examples of road safety investments and technical assistance operations, both within the Danube area region and beyond. And as the minister said in his opening speech, we're here to learn from each other, and there exist many good examples to replicate, keeping in mind also the specific needs of the Danube region countries. I sympathize very much with the national ministries and agencies. 12 years ago, I was on that side of the spectrum. I was advising the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Finance of the Netherlands on how to finance roads, also with support of the EIB. And as Ms. Sela said, there's often not a separate budget line or a prioritization of road safety. And it is our dear wish that road safety at some point will be integrated in budgets, integrated in project plans, integrated in pipelines, so that we will not have to fight for the financing for road safety, but we will see it as an integrated part of financing good and sound infrastructure. Just to close, I would like to say that as public banks, international financial institutions, we would like to think that we are, again, demand-driven. So please do challenge us, put us to work in the service of the safe passage of the 150 million people of the Danube region and beyond, if I may quote Mr. Zepik. There's a lot to be proud of. And I would like to congratulate the Radar team. There's still a lot to achieve, and the projects such as this show us that there's a lot within reach, I have to say. So thank you for your time. I've already learned a lot from the speakers before me, and I look forward to the rest of the day. I hope that the organizers will share with the participants all our contact details, that we'll be able to go ahead and finance good, solid, safe projects on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Malaya. Thank you very much. I would like to apologize for the presentation. Something went at the end wrong with the slides, with your slides, but we are going to share the proper slides to all the participants, so they will have your proper presentation. Thank you all for opening this conference. I'm very pleased, I feel honored, and I hope all our partners and associated partners feel honored to be welcomed and introduced by your presentation. I would like now to give the floor to Jure Konstanček from AMZS. It's our project partner in Radar project. He will be moderator of the part 1. Jure, please take the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Let us continue with our first part of panel discussion. Of course, today here we all agree actually that infrastructure is an important part of road safety triangle, namely vehicles, users, and infrastructure itself. We also know that sometimes even small infrastructure improvements have a huge or big influence, or they make a difference. Sometimes it is hard to wait between road safety and traffic flow, the fluence of the traffic flow, but we all agree probably at the end the road safety comes first. Also, some might argue that road safety infrastructure is stated in small numbers as an accident cause, but still the preventive function of improvement of infrastructure, of better road equipment is definitely important and immense. So in our panel, I will have 3 guests today. So first we will hear from the respectable Professor Yanis about the systematic large-scale network-wide road assessment of importance of that. Later on we'll hear about what radar project has found in regard to infrastructure from Professor Marko Šerović. At the end we will ask Olivera Rossi to tell us about what stakeholders should do, what to expect from them in order to have better or to maintain the quality of road infrastructure. So please, I would like to invite Professor Yanis in a few words, probably 5 minutes. Dear George, tell us your view on a network-wide road safety assessment.
Thank you very much, Jure. I would like, first of all, to thank you all for this invitation and to state that radar project is a great success because it is a very comprehensive approach, both in terms of geographical coverage, but also in terms of infrastructure safety management. And this is proved by the references to your results, not only in the region, but globally. I'm going to have a brief presentation about network-wide road safety assessment and talk about the 2 different methodologies to assess road safety, and then the challenges and the combination of the 2 methodologies. I hope that you see my screen. First of all, to clarify that methods to assess road safety can be distinguished in 2 groups. Those are related to accident occurrence, the identification of high-risk sections, hotspots, across a network based on the analysis of accident records, and we call it the reactive approach after the accidents, the crashes happened. And then the inbuilt safety assessment, where we consider roadway design characteristics to assess road safety, and we call it a proactive approach before the crashes occur. So the network-wide safety assessment comprises both approaches and considers inbuilt safety of an entire network, and we can have the large-scale proactive approach. In just one slide explaining accident occurrence, we can see that it can be macroscopic with variables and data recorded by the police, or microscopic with variables and data collected by hospitals, insurance companies, or other stakeholders. And accident data is analyzed to identify these high-risk locations. We avoid to use the term black spot. We can perhaps mention it as a hotspot, as a dangerous locations, but preferably high-risk locations. Depending on the different other data sources, whether we have vehicle kilometers from traffic volume, accident severity levels, there are a couple of different safety performance metrics, such the accident density, meaning fatalities per population, rates, cost, potential for crash reduction, etc. Data need to be of good quality, reliable and accurate, otherwise the analysis may be false or inconclusive. And there are a couple of shortcomings for the reactive approach. crashes may not be the best proxies to assess road infrastructure safety, because sometimes it's the local human factors, the behavior, the enforcement, the vehicle fleet, which play a role in the overall safety of the road and not the infrastructure as such. Secondly, it might not be applicable when the number of accidents is small, or when the accident data is erroneous or incomplete. Mistaken crash location or injury severity level. And it's not applicable for new roads. And it's not applicable also for major road network improvements not being examined. Getting into the inbuilt safety assessment, the second approach, there have been quite a few proactive methodologies developed globally, with most used the road safety audits and the road safety inspections. Road safety audit before the development of the infrastructure, before the interventions, and road inspections in operation. There are quite a few models predicting the expected average accident frequency and the examined locations as a function of traffic volume and road infrastructure characteristics, like the ASTO Highway Safety Manual, PRACT models, standalone multivariate accident prediction models. Of course, the IRAP star rating protocol, which is used worldwide already for a couple of decades, and methodologies that relate a set of parameters to a risk rating system. So the need for network-wide safety assessment lies to the fact that while detailed proactive approaches, road safety inspection and road safety audit, are the most effective ways to identify hazardous locations and improve road safety, they are time and resource consuming. This is why they are applied to small sections or parts of a network and not to the whole network. So the network-wide safety assessment evaluates the broader road network and can identify in a less costly way large sections of the network or the whole network, which might be in urgent need for improvement. This way, road safety-related resources are allocated more efficiently. With low cost, we can have a full picture, but not detailed, of the safety of the network. There are few challenges in this network-wide safety assessment. First of all, the identification of appropriate road characteristics, for example, a set of parameters that affect network level safety, can be tricky. For example, barrier presence and safe roadside are important. So we can rate a network, a road as safe. However, if these barriers are uncovered at their end, might not affect the network safety level. However, it is quite important for the specific site. So we have to realize that we don't deal with a very detail of every safety problem on the road, but we are dealing with the overall safety performance. And of course, there is the difficulty of identifying a scientifically sound relationship between the set of parameters and safety outcomes, which can work, but not necessarily in all cases and sub cases. So the real challenge is the last phrase, to achieve a balance between accuracy and level of detail. The more detail, the higher the cost. The lower the cost, the less accuracy and detail. So this is the balance that we are facing. Concluding, as a general rule, when how to combine pro and reactive approaches, is that proactive approaches help saving lives as actions are taken in advance of accidents. Proactive approaches that consider the geometric, operational, and traffic characteristics are applicable for new roads and roads where no sufficient and or reliable or accurate accident data are available. And the combination of proactive and reactive approaches deals with the expansion of the network level safety assessment framework to focus on locations with high accident concentration. And with this last slide, I'm trying to give the overall positioning of the different approaches in the road safety, infrastructure safety management system. The reactive assessment and the proactive assessment are leading to road safety inspections, identifying in a broad way where we need to work more and proceed with the costly safety inspection. The proactive assessment at the same time provides input for the periodic road safety inspection. So there is a double role for the proactive assessment. And then for the road safety inspection, we proceed with intervention selection and intervention implementation, and afterwards again risk management. However, with the periodic road safety inspection, we can also proceed with regular maintenance. So this is to clarify that the low-cost network-wide safety assessment is the first step for choosing to work in a more costly but more accurate and detailed road safety inspection and road safety audits on the network. So with this, I'm concluding this presentation, and we hope that soon, with the initiatives of the different initiatives worldwide, but mainly as Mr. Petru mentioned, the new directive of the European Commission on the road infrastructure safety management, to have a full set of methodologies to tackle safety of the infrastructure also at the network level. Thank you very much.
Procedures of our road authorities or not? George, excuse me, do you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
What do you see in 10 years from now? Do you think that network-wide road assessment will be daily routine of our road authorities in the area, or?
Listen, network-wide assessment, it is already a routine for on several cases through IRAP and EuroRAP. There are a lot of countries and administrations already for decades ranking the safety of the network and ranking their priorities for investments. Of course, every year and with a new European directive, this is going to be a little bit more compulsory in Europe, but also a great paradigm for all over the world, that network-wide road safety assessment is necessary as a low-cost tool to identify problems and save and focus investments with high efficiency. So in a way, putting value to road safety investments on infrastructure. So of course, in 10 years time, I think that our discussion of today will be very obsolete because it will be everyday life for road infrastructure administrations.
Great, George, thank you. Marco, please tell us in brief what we have learned from radar.
Yes, Jure, thank you. Just to have the presentation on it, I have a couple of slides. There is so much to tell about radar and what we did in radar. And yeah, so I see slides are coming, great. Let's try to change them, yeah. So as you all know, and as Franz mentioned earlier, that there will be a lot of mentioning about the numbers. And we started radar with this number that was a little bit higher when we started, but now we have the information before the COVID time that in the Danube region, 3,200 people are being killed each year on our roads. And that was, let's say, the main idea, the main focus of the project, as well as the fact that the most dangerous countries within the EU are actually in the Danube area. We know that roads connect people, but also we know that they are killing people. So in that sense, in Radar, we try to put together all of the stakeholders in the Danube area to come to the common understanding and the common definition of how we can improve the road infrastructure safety in the future by learning from the best and by implementing things that worked in the advanced countries in countries that are less advanced. So the Radar started in 2018 and it is coming to an end. It was supposed to end in May 2021, but now we have extended it until November, so we are really approaching the end of our project. And within the project, as I already mentioned, improving the road infrastructure safety was our main focus. By raising the capacity, as you will see, we did a lot of trainings and delivered a whole set of training documents that can still be used by our stakeholders in their countries. And also by enhancing the transnational cooperation, we managed to, I think, exchange the best practices and maybe show the paths for the people who are striving to improve road safety in their countries. We had 9 project partners, we had 11 associated strategic partners, and we were working in 12 countries. Radar main objectives coming from the beginning of the project, as I already mentioned, were the raising of capacity and enhancing the transnational cooperation, providing the training courses and study visits, and in the end identifying on road networks and offering recommendations to systematically reduce the risk. This is the final output of the Radar project through the Danube road safety infrastructure road safety improvement strategy that I will be speaking about later on. So the course of the Radar project can be seen on this slide, where you see in the beginning we've tried to identify the needs. We try to talk with our stakeholders to define what has to be done. Then we've delivered something that we called a status report that had a nice overview of the situation and the state of the art in the Danube area countries. With our road safety expert group, we prepared the training syllabus, and all the training materials and softwares that we used in the trainings were translated into 7 principal languages of the partner countries. So everything was prepared so that we can actually have the maximum reach within a country. Then we had the training courses in 8 countries. We delivered 3-day live training sessions, and we also gave 4 webinar sessions. And in that sense, we had quite a number of participants. I guess my colleagues from the comms will mention the numbers. And also with that, we try to collect what is the state of the art of the level of knowledge of people within the countries. With that, we went to the other part of the project where we try to exchange good practices on the 4 thematic areas where we also performed study visits in Slovenia and Croatia, UK, Hungary, Austria, where we looked at particular segments of the road safety that was divided in our 4 thematic areas. Thematic area 1 being the safer road investment plans, thematic area 2 being the vulnerable road users, thematic area 3 ITS and speed management, and the thematic area 4 road safety near schools. During the course of the project, we unfortunately had the COVID pandemic, and this actually showed the need that we include also the effects of the COVID onto road safety. And so with the extension of the project, we try to target the change in mobility and the effects that COVID had on the project. And of course, as you know, we had the amended reason directive, so we've basically extended the project with a new two thematic areas, one on the transport safety and COVID, and the other one on the reason directive 2019-1936. So now we are coming to the end of the project, and the end of the project is shown within the Danube Infrastructure Road Safety Improvement Strategy and the action plans that are being developed. Just not to forget to mention, we also had the 4 pilot actions that were performed in 7 countries on the TAs that I mentioned. So just briefly and very shortly, the initial 4 thematic areas are quite nicely shown on this glimpse of the infographics that we produced. So you can basically see how we targeted things on the infrastructure that can be amended in order to make roads more forgiving, in order to make roads implement the safe system principles from the infrastructure perspective. So this would be all from myself for now, and there will be a lot more coming in the following presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Maybe one short question also from me to you. Also thanks to radar, do you think 10 years from now the number you showed on the first page will be lower?
That's a really hard question, but I would say if we had the approach to road safety as we have now 10 years ago, I would be very happy. So I'm quite confident that in the next 10 years it will become a more central part of the road safety community, and that I think we will work. And you know, for the Danube area countries, it is easier to reduce the numbers because the numbers are still high. So I think we can achieve good results.
Okay. Thank you, Marco. And Oliveira, what do we expect from stakeholders? You tell us in 3 to 5 minutes, please. We are a bit late. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've said already, just until my slides are uploading, we said already that nothing happens until someone really goes out on road and build new roads. And this will not happen if main stakeholders are not involved in our projects. This is the reason why we have thought of involving very much stakeholders, both from the top-down perspective, so high-level policy people and politics in our project, but also from the bottom-up perspective, where our project partners are mostly NGOs, very much focused and dedicated to the road safety. Marco has mentioned a couple of activities, all of the activities, but I will mention those that really have focused on building stakeholders' capacities in the Danube region. We have developed a training concept that actually was based on the analysis of the state of the art and the analysis of the level of knowledge of the stakeholders that are involved in road safety in the Danube, in all the participating countries. We have also tried to find them where they are and not just deliver something in the project and tick the boxes. We try to understand what are their needs, what are their training needs, what are their capacities needs, and in that respect we have created a training concept that will address all these topics that we have understood are needed. We have developed a training material for all the trainings that are related to improvement, addressing risk on the networks in the Danube area countries. The training material has been translated in all national languages, and not only the training material, but also the coding material for using IRAP assessment in Danube area countries. We have identified that the language is a barrier. We have to accept this, and in the Project Radar we try to address this. Except of having now available to all participating countries' languages, training material, coding manual, we also have available a software, VIDA software, in which you can do your analysis in order to star rate roads for safety. So all the stakeholders are now much more capable of doing network-wide road assessments using IRAP methodology. We have progressed with a lot of trainings. We have done, I think, 8 trainings, as Marco said, in physical, but due to COVID, we had to switch, so we have done also some online webinars and trainings in order to raise the knowledge of the capacities. And at the end, as mentioned before, our project partners and associated strategic partners have traveled. Hopefully this was planned, eventually this was all planned before the COVID, and we were lucky to be able to travel back then and to see best practices in some countries. We have visited UK and see safer road investment plans and how they are implementing. In UK we have visited Slovenia here and Croatia to see how they are addressing vulnerable road users. We have seen how the safe speed is treated by ITS measures in Hungary, and I think, yeah, that's 4 study visits that we all involved in the scope of the project. When we were drafting Radar, we thought of stakeholders very much, and we have targeted a couple of objectives that are meant for stakeholders. So we wanted to improve their capacities to identify and reduce risk on roads, and we wanted really much to enhance transnational cooperation in addressing risk and safety on Danube area roads. This conference is actually something we are all very proud of, because this is a conference dedicated for road safety for the Danube region. There are not many conferences that are per se dedicated and only to road safety. Road safety is usually just an issue in transport. However, we believe and we really strive that all stakeholders should understand that this is not just a topic in the transport domain. It's a main topic. It's something that needs specific focus, and we are going to work with our stakeholders in the future also to try to find and build a common understanding how road safety fit into all this new smart and environmental friendly low carbon transport story. We will all really need to work hard to make sure that road safety is not forgotten. How we have, why transnational cooperation as a second objective was considered important. We saw in our previous project that were before Radar that the cooperation among stakeholders are quite scattered and are not very structured. As said, focus is safety usually lost in other priorities. It's just one of the topics. And we also wanted, with the project structure, to address this top-down and bottom-up approach that is quite unique in general, especially in the Danube area. What we have done in order to enhance the stakeholder engagement, we have created a road safety experts group. This is a huge group of experts all over Europe, not only the Danube area, that have met 6 or 7 times in the project, that have worked online, offline, in delivering reports on specific thematic areas that Marco has mentioned, and we have also, they have delivered all these reports that will, with recommendation, lead to a Danube infrastructure road safety improvement strategy that we will show draft version in this conference, and also country-specific action plans. So stakeholder engagement has actually enforced bringing these results. In order, some achievements of this engagement is that we have had 8 physical 3-day trainings plus 5 online webinars, done 4 study visits, 6 expert groups, reports on thematic areas, of course, one overarching strategy, as mentioned, and 8 national action plan that are how to implement this strategy in action. In numbers, we think we tried very hard to make ourselves known, heard, what we are doing with our communication activities and our scientific and analysis activities in our trainings. We have addressed 630 approximately road safety engineers that have raised their capacities with our trainings. We have talked to 210 different national public authorities from all over the world, mostly in the Danube area, but also from Europe and elsewhere. We have been talking to 25 different international organizations, interest groups, and NGOs within the countries, 256 discussions at least, individual discussions, and with our excellent communications team, Radar Project has reached almost 500,000 people have heard about our activities. So with that, I just wanted to thank Radar teammates, but also all our stakeholders, associated strategic partners. Some of you are here as well. Thank you for joining for this final conference as well. For all your hard work in Radar, and to promise that we will continue. That's for sure. We will try and strive. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Nevada. Also, question to you, short one. I think so. All Radar results, outcomes, materials are widely available to all stakeholders, all interested public, aren't they?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Jure. All our outputs are already available. So far, those that are completed are already available on our website, and we are going to disseminate this through our also individual websites. But at the end of the project, whatever we have done, this is a public good. All the translation available, all the material available. If you cannot find anything, we are always happy to help any stakeholder to provide more documentation, to provide more outputs and results of the project Radar. Yeah, and we hope that this will be very much used in the future.
Great, thank you. We are a bit late, but we have a short break. Let's say we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It was difficult to gather together for 5 minutes for a coffee break when you are offline in a normal life. We see it now again, these challenges. While for you offline was probably easier, online, sorry, was probably easier to get back on screen. Thank you very much for joining again after the coffee break. We are having, according to our agenda, we are having questions and answer session, but given that we are lagging behind in time, I would suggest that all the questions are posted in the questions and answers session button, using button on your screen, and we will respond to these questions either during the conference or afterward. This session was actually devoted to highlights of Radar project, so we have prepared for you a short video that will be, instead of questions, live questions and answer session to demonstrate a little bit of highlights of Radar project for the 3.5 years of implementation.
On March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic. With nearly every country in the world battling the COVID outbreaks of the virus, our lives have changed dramatically. It has implications for nearly every area in our lives. Road safety is no exception. As we head into reopening in many areas, our experiences during quarantine will shape our thinking and planning for years to come. 2020 is a game changer for road safety.
I see governments all around the world celebrating brand new 3-star and better roads for pedestrians, for cyclists for motorcyclists and for vehicle occupants.
It's vital that we remember just how important is funding for those road infrastructure safety upgrades, including in the Danube region.
Every life is important, every life counts, and we already have the knowledge and the tools to save lives and reduce trauma on our roads.
I think this is a historic moment when cities can change course, direction. Now it's time to reclaim streets from cars to create safer infrastructure for people who walk and bike.
We need to pay special attention to the conflict points where cyclists are most exposed to the risk of being hit by motorized vehicles.
We hope this is a tipping point for revolutionising our transport system, and it's something that we're working towards to have the provision of safe, attractive, joined-up networks throughout the EU.
The involvement of all levels of stakeholders, together with engineers, in proper planning of cycling infrastructure is one of the key ingredients for success on the way to safer bicycle routes.
Countries with poor quality roads, vehicles with few IT safety features, and road users that are not complying with regulations. This is where you see more and more the relationship between speed and accidents.
Roads should add yet another layer of safety by actively enforcing those safe speed limits. For example, by applying section control, which is actually a surveillance of average speed along longer road sections.
I expect the evolution and not the revolution in the implementation of smart speed management infrastructure.
If we apply the shared responsibility principles the way it was demonstrated during the pandemic, we can certainly achieve less speeding and improve considerably global traffic safety.
So the message to the communities is to create safer infrastructure around the schools. That means speed limits and speed management, and also sidewalks that have to be clear, pedestrian crossings and signals are going to be crucial to have safer areas around the schools for our kids.
We need more calming measures, such as low speed zones, bumps, raised crossings, and of course all of these supported by better enforcement and education.
This will allow us to create a legacy of livable, healthy and safe communities and a world where all children can travel safely to and from school.
Be respectful, considerate and responsible in traffic.
It was 3.5 hard years. I don't know if you can see that, probably you can't, but yeah, it was amazing 3 years. And we really enjoy every moment of that. Without further delays, I would go to the second part of this conference, which is all about radar. You have heard in summary what radar was about, but we would like to present to all our attendees and speakers and future supporters and those who will benefit from the Project Radar results, what was in detail, in a little bit more details about in radar. So for that, I would like to invite Jure Konstanček and Uroš Brumec from Ministry of Infrastructure, Slovenian Infrastructure Agency, to have their first presentation.
Thank you. I will just introduce Mr. Brumec, who will have his short presentation. Namely, we will address all 4 thematic areas within radar, from VR use, road safety near schools, ITS, and SRIPS. But we will start with vulnerable road users. Of course, there are substantial differences among Danube radar partner countries in regard to pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, even motorcycle safety. So for today's presentation, we selected Slovenian ASP, so a Slovenian Infrastructure Agency, Mr. Uroš Brumec, who will talk about 2 things today. One is about VR use, the other is later on road safety near schools. So to start with vulnerable road users, we selected new provisions for motorcycle safety in Slovenia, which Uroš will present us. So Uroš, please, what's new?
Thank you, Jure.
So can we start the presentation, please? Okay. Okay, so Slovenia, with the new directive, motorcyclists finally became also vulnerable. Of course, they were before as well. So we were thinking, what can we do to make safer roads for them as well? We know solutions that can help them, of course, but more or less like guardrails for motorcyclists are used after they already fall or have an accident. And we are thinking more of a proactive approach. How can we talk to the motorcyclists while driving to tell them, look, there's a danger ahead, is a sharp bend, etc. That's why we decided to go with the faculty for mechanical engineering to do some, let's say, new designs for the safety bollards and pillars, or for directing the motorcyclists, showing them, look, there's a road, there's a bendy road, and in a way could communicate with them. So with this, we developed passive safe bollards that can be used on the road. Of course, where there is a guardrail, you can also install them above the guardrail to give the clear direction of the road. Of course, we are talking about the road that has, you cannot see the bend, and it will surprise you when you get there. When you can see it, then of course you can see it, it's no problem. So this was, let's say, solution, and we tested it on the road as a pilot project. We did some monitoring, and what was really, really amazing was that after installing those bollards on the road, actually speeds went down, and the movement of motorcyclists went a little bit to the middle of the road, meaning to the middle of the driving lane, meaning they avoided driving near the lane, which is also dangerous. We did this first section on the road, and then more and more sections. The response for the motorcyclists is great. We did also a human factor evaluation, and it is, let's say, very good results. So upon that, we finally now are striving to get these bollards into the manual, and we will use it on the motorcycle sections when necessary. Another thing that is taken from Austria, from our colleagues from Austria, is also special markings we implemented on one of the roads because there was a lot of accidents and racing. And 3 years before and after study shows that it was quite a good reduction of accidents, because the motorcyclists are a little scared of them and they do not race and drive fast. So two main things that we are doing. Of course, we are learning, and we'll do something more when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Uroš. I will not ask you a question, but I will repeat your words. So actually the feedback for the motorcyclist is good. Yeah. So that they have a feeling that somebody is doing something for their safety, and that they feel safe on the roads.
Yeah, that's true, because they now know what is ahead. That when they see the bollards, there's a danger. First, they were a little bit skeptic because they didn't know that these bollards are actually passive safe. So in the case they fall down, hit the bollard, they will not be hurt. But after knowing that, they're quite pleased and satisfied.
So I would say you are going in the direction of safe explaining roads.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. Thank you, Uroš.
Thanks.
Rivera.
Thank you very much. So we are going to switch now from online to offline and offline to online back. And I would like to invite Gabor Power from KTI, our colleague and partner in the project Radar, to tell us a little bit about smart speed management infrastructure. Gabor, please feel free to unmute yourself, turn off your camera, and I know that you will have Slaviša Babić online with you.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes,
can you hear me, and can you see my screen?
Yes, to all. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So welcome everyone. My name is Gabor Power from Hungary, from KTI Institute for Transport Sciences. And I will talk about the third thematic area of Project Radar, which deals with ITS and speed management. Highlighting the importance of this topic, we must point out that speed has been identified as a key risk factor in road traffic injuries, influencing both the risk of a road crash as well as the severity of the injuries that result from crashes. Speeding does not only mean the exceeding of the speed limit. The problem of choosing an inappropriate speed is more extensive. It can be defined as driving at a speed unsuitable for the prevailing road and traffic conditions. So the excess and inappropriate speeds are responsible for a very high proportion of the mortality and morbidity that result from road crashes. Speed management is the strategy for controlling speed through comprehensive, interdisciplinary, and coordinated approach that encompasses behavioral, enforcement, and engineering elements. In my presentation, I will focus on the engineering solutions, among which we can mention, for example, the improvement of friction on road surfaces, vehicle-activated speed signs, variable speed limits, of course, section control, and also traffic calming solutions such as speed humps, raised intersections, chicanes, lane narrowing, and so on. So there are many solutions and even low-cost infrastructure measurements to reduce the speed. And the understanding of the effects of these solutions is also an important task, which was addressed in our project. In the framework of the Danube Infrastructure Road Safety Strategy, the road safety experts of Project Radar defined recommendations at 3 levels regarding the topic of speed management. Recommendations for state governments and ministries include proposals like the assurance of adequate funds and the share of infrastructure investments to road safety interventions, the need of implementing the safe system approach into the mainstream of road design, maintenance, and legislation. For local governments, the systematic data collection, speed data analysis were recommended, and several speed management strategies were offered for consideration. And the revision of speed limit setting, the consistency of speed limits, and effective enforcement strategies are highlighted in the recommendations for road authorities. Besides the theoretical documents, so thematic reports, training materials, strategy, and action plans, some of the speed management solutions were actually tested on the roads of the partner countries through pilot actions. I assume that might be interesting for the audience, so I prepared some slides of our main results. In the first pilot action in Hungary, we have examined and demonstrated the effects of vehicle-activated speed warning signs, including also devices that show the speed limit or the current speed of the vehicles. For the evaluation of the effects, we have carried out speed measurements at 5 different locations with the use of a digital microwave detector. Regarding the first measurement location, the figures in this slide and the tables in my next slide will show how detailed results have been determined for all locations. On the one hand, a diagram of the speeds was made in each case for the 50-meter long road section in front of and behind the device that you can see in the left and the right side of the slide. The horizontal axis of the chart represents the distance from the display, and the vertical axis represents speed. The red lines show always the case when the digital speed or speed limit display was not operating, and the green when it was operating. So here you can already see some effects regarding to the reduced speed of the vehicles. This table show other calculated parameters. At this location, for example, you can see in the first table that the proportion of drivers exceeding the speed limit in each measured cross-section was 7 to 18% lower in the operating state of the display. I just click through again the diagrams related to the other locations. As you can see, in almost all cases, the red lines are above the green ones, indicating that the speed reducing effects of the vehicle activated speed signs. The main conclusion of the measurement showed that 5 to 10% speed reduction was achieved by the investigated devices. And the vehicle-activated speed limit signs seem to be more effective than those displays that show the actual speed of the vehicles. Since the vehicle-activated signs near the roads prove to be effective in reducing the operational speed of the traffic and the number of speed violators, we have tested a brand new ITS solution addressing speed issues at pedestrian crossings in our second pilot action. The referred ITS device consisted of a pedestrian crossing warning sign with interior lighting and the LED text showing slow down that was placed 50 meters in front of the pedestrian crossing. This is the photo on the left side. The second part of the device was a yellow blinker to be placed right near the pedestrian crossing. The parts of the device communicated by each other and was activated by arriving vehicles. You can see in the photos how the device actually looked like at the measured pedestrian crossing. And these photos are intended to show the great differences of visibility in dark. The lighting of the road sign and the yellow blinker were only turned on if a vehicle was arriving to the pedestrian crossing, and the text reduced speed was only displayed if a vehicle was arriving above the yellow speed limit. The device also proved to be outstandingly effective. The average speed decreased by 7%, 50 meters in front of the pedestrian crossing and 9.3% in the line of the crossing. The share of vehicles exceeding the speed limit decreased by more than 20%. Also, an interesting observation was that the device achieved greater effects under daylight visual condition than after sunset. So in a nutshell, these were some of our key results and findings in the Project Radar. The focus of my presentation was on the potential effects of vehicle-activated speed signs. Now I would like to grab the opportunity to interview my colleague, Mr. Slaviša Babić from the Croatian Roads Company about his personal opinion in the topic. I know he was prepared some slides also. So Slaviša, can you please tell us a few words about your experiences with the vehicle-activated road signs? Do you think these are effective solutions for speed management? Do you have any good practices in your country in this regard?
Hello, everyone. First, thank you, Gabor, for having me as your interview guest. I would say it depends. We started using those in 2007, 2008 in Croatia, and first it was very effective. But since no enforcement were used with those speed measurement signs, people got used to it. So regarding the speed measurement and showing the driver, this is your speed, it quite depends if you have enforcement together to go along with it. And the main thing that we realized, I would say, is that what is the character of the road or the road section where you're putting those signs on. So if you have a largely local character of the road section that you are putting those signs on, the people will get used to those after a while, and the effectiveness of that sign will drop through some period of time. On the other hand, if you have a road that has a lot of transit traffic going on, those drivers are not used to that sign, and if it's a vehicle activated sign, it will have it will be effective. The last thing I would like to emphasize about Croatian, let's say, measures, the one of the best measure we have in Croatia, and it's quite proved, is that when you put a vehicle actuated sign that shows what is your speed in front of signalized pedestrian crossing. So you have signalized pedestrian crossing, and some, let's say, 150 meters in front of that signalized pedestrian crossing, we have a sign showing your current speed. So if the speed limit is, let's say, 50 kilometers per hour, and you are driving beneath those 50 kilometers per hour, it will just give you a sign go ahead, good, or thank you. If you are driving 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, it will warn you, slow down. But if you are driving above 60 kilometers per hour, it will activate the red light on the pedestrian crossing, which results after some time of using such measure that people know if they are speeding above the 60 kilometers per hour, they will come to the red light on the pedestrian crossing. So this is quite good measure that slows down the traffic flow. So that's it for me. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Slavisha, for the answer. I totally agree with you. So there are many different kind of solutions and displays, and the long-term effect is also something that we have to consider and address. And enforcement is as one of the most important topic also came out. So thank you for pointing this out, and we give back the word to you.
Thank you very much, Gabor and Slavisha, and I would like just to highlight that this is a demonstration, live demonstration of the cooperation between project partner and associated strategic partner, and demonstration of how we have exchanged our best practices in the project. Without further delay, I would like to give the floor to Stelios Evstathiadis. He has already turned on his camera. Thank you, Stelios. Please have the floor. Mike is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Olivera, will you show my presentation, please?
Yes, it's coming.
So, in continuation with the previous speakers, I am going to focus on the infrastructure that we have developed. Next slide, please. All the experts of the project, along along with the scientific committee that we have, we developed some infrastructure countermeasures and some policies to be followed. Next slide, please. So it has been told before in this conference, and also we have presented before that there are a lot of issues that we can tackle. We are focusing mainly to the speed management, to the signs, and to other infrastructure elements. Next slide, please. So the main issue is that we should focus in 3 areas. We have developed the methodology saying that we should deviate from just putting some measures, some countermeasures around schools. These have to be different in front of the area, in front of the entrance, in the very immediate area, and in the surrounding area, in the routes that the pupils are going towards the school or leaving the school. Another element that we should all consider is the age of the students that are approaching the school, because there are different requirements. When the kids are small, in the age, let's say, to 5, 6 years old, they always go to some guardians. But when they are old and they are in the 15, 16 years old, then they go by themselves. And then at these ages, we should focus in other elements like the use of mobile and not looking at the road. So we have developed a methodology focusing in 3 areas. You see here in the 3 different colors: red, orange, and yellow. Yellow is the routes, because we cannot upgrade the infrastructure in all the areas. So we should focus in the main routes that the students, the pupils are following towards the school. Next slide, please. So there are many issues like camps. You see here in the pictures, they were told before, like the previous presentation with the speed measurement and showing who is overspeeding. Countermeasures like the roundabouts, mini roundabouts, signs, etc. Next slide, please. So the most important is that we have specific recommendations for all stakeholders. We should all think that the different levels of administration, the state authorities and the local authorities, etc., they should play their role. So most of them going from up to down, it is the funding from the state. And then the recommendations and the standards of what countermeasures and what the specifications of these countermeasures that should be applied. Next slide, please. All this, you could find it in the site of radar. And when we are going down to the community, we should talk about campaigns and data that we should gather from all schools. So next slide, please. And this is the final for the road authorities. And one thing that we could use is a tool that has been developed by IRAP. Next slide, please. Which is the star rating for schools, which is a very helpful for the local communities tool, considering the various existing infrastructure and what elements could be applied. So now we will turn to our colleague Urus from the Ministry of Slovenia, because Slovenia has developed a lot of countermeasures for many years now. And I guess that Urus is online, correct? Olivera?
Yeah, Uroš is here with us next to me, so he's ready.
Okay, and my main question is if we have data and he could demonstrate the effectiveness of various countermeasures that have been applied in Slovenia around schools for the past years.
Yes, of course, thank you. Actually, we did make guidelines based on human factors knowledge, psychology, or German said Gestalt. So how to influence drivers and getting them know, in a way, self-explaining road is, wait, you're near the school. We did that with some special designs of equipment and markings. And after did some of the evaluation, what is most important is that actually drivers do slow down. So the speed goes, let's say before it was 55, would go to 45. We were talking about 85th percentile of speed. But what was, for me, really focus was that you lose actually speed maximum. So the racers, the people who are driving extreme speeds, actually those who are killing the people, they're actually gone. So they would tend to drive normally. And we did also some of the surveys of our measures, and people do understand what is this all about, and they're actually more attentive when driving through the area around school, being equipped in our way. So actually we have alertness of drivers, so they're attentive, they are looking out for the children, they slow down, and this is actually what we wanted to accomplish. Now, if you will let me have a couple of slides for our pilot projects that I can just briefly show you, if that is possible.
Yes, are your slides
yeah, they're already uploaded. Okay, thank you. So these are the guidelines we have. It's also available online in English and in Slovenian with some map that gives you a brief orientation how to use them. As I was talking about, we did the pilot project and the monitoring, because also, you know, putting colorful markings on the road was the question, will children be playing on the road or jumping? And not such a thing happened. So actually drivers didn't go wiggle-waggle, driving left or right, they're driving normally with reduced speed and better attentiveness. So this is what happened, and yes, some of the results I already was talking about. So let's skip to the pictures. Now we did a couple of pilot projects just before the school this year, and there's some pictures that you will see of implemented measures. So this is colorful design near the school in town Laško. Now we have before-after pictures as well. So you see standard road design. It's like monotonous or didn't give you a proper warning. And then we have a colorful design that actually slow down drivers and warns them you're near the school, so watch out. Some more pictures of implemented measures. And this is also one outside the city area. We just added some of the colorful bollards. This is the same actually bollards that are used for the motorcyclists, passive safe. So in the case of accident, they're okay, but of course different colors. So to give them a little more of a children-like warning. And that's it, just to give you a little bit of what actually looks like on the road. Thanks.
Stelios, would you like to make a final comment or?
Yes, thank you for the information. And also I would like to add that we have relevant experience from Greece. And the most important thing is the schools in rural areas where national roads or rural roads are passing. And these all measures, infrastructure measures like the signs and speed management is very important, because the drivers passing by do not know the area, and since they are used to speed all over the road, then they do not pay extra attention around schools when these exist. Because the locals, they know the schools, but the ones that they are transit, just passing from these areas, it is important to notify them that schools are around and to be careful when they are driving through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stelios and Uroš. Thank you so much for your contribution. Yeah, we can give a round of applause. Forgive us, we forget this because we feel very strange in the live world now again. So have a mercy a little bit, but we really appreciate all your online contributions. I would like now to give the floor to our dear colleague from Austrian Road Safety Board, Klaus Mahata, a leader on COVID-19 and transport safety thematic area. Klaus, the floor is yours. Marco is ready here for you.
Thanks a lot, Olivera. Hello, everybody. So sorry I cannot join you on this great day in Slovenia. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to to give you a sneak preview of our COVID report. Hoping that you can all see my slides. Why did we do this exercise, actually? It was just, we wanted to dig a bit deeper into accidentology on COVID, not just accept that there seem to be fewer fatalities, but also see maybe some collateral damage to road safety. And what is more, to find out what should be done to reinstate road safety if there's a problem. And I can already tell you now, there are some problems, of course. But let's dig a bit into the impact on mobility first. So several European countries here on these two charts. It would not have been possible to put all countries on one chart. It would have been too busy. But what we see on the top chart is that Italy started the decline in mobility. And on the lower chart, we see Austria following suit right after northern Italy faced the outbreak of the pandemic. On the upper chart, actually, it is Sweden which has the lowest impact for obvious reasons on mobility. So all in all, we have different pace and orders of magnitudes and different speeds of recovery in the different European countries. When we look into the specific results on specific transport modes, we see that for public transport, and this is a Swiss example, we are still at -60% this March. So after a year, public transport decline is still prevailing. On the contrary, walking, car, and motorcycle in Switzerland has reached even levels on top of pre-crisis levels. When we go into the cycling field specifically, and there is on the chart we see a British result, we see a substantial increase in cycling of nearly 70% in Great Britain. All over the EU, there was a cycling increase of 8%. Specifically on weekends, we had up to 23% in cycling, and that is of course also visible in safety levels of cyclists. We'll be coming back to that in a second. Back to public transport, we had severe declines when we look at cities all over the world, up to -90% after the outbreak of the pandemic, and then different rates of recovery. As you see, somewhere between -20 and -50-60% just at the beginning of this year. Right. So decline in public transport. So where did people go then? What we see here is it's just 2 Danube countries out of 14 European countries. 14 countries around the globe that were researched here, Austria and Bulgaria. What we see here is that public transport in Austria collapsed completely so this is the blue bar here, collapsed completely, mostly to home office. That's the gray bar on the right side of the left chart, and it's just 2% left of all mobility. Cycling also collapsed, and walking prevailed. Car use did not move to other transport modes, just partly to home office. Similar quality in Bulgaria, but different values. Much more walking here in Bulgaria, less cycling in Bulgaria. Well, now for the impact on crashes and casualties. When we look across the EU and the EFTA countries, we see a marked decrease of 17% in 2020, but some notable increases also. Countries like Finland and Switzerland showed some increases in the number of fatalities. When we look monthly wise, we see the sharpest decrease was in April last year during the first lockdown. During the second lockdown in December, the decrease was only around 25%. Right, so we see decreases for most countries in all months, but these fatality decreases are still comparatively poor when we compare them to the decreases of transport volumes. So this brave exercise of the ETC shows us that practically for all countries listed here, the decreases in fatalities were less than the decreases in traffic volumes. And similar is true for the comparison between fatality reductions and the reductions in all casualties. Here again, British evidence, these 2 long red boxes show us the upper one is fatalities, the lower one is all casualties. And starting from March last year on, the decrease in fatalities is much lower than it is in all casualties. When we look for road user types, that evidence is true for, or similar evidence is true for all road user types. So the reductions in killed and serious injuries, light blue bar, are usually smaller than reductions in all casualties. That is true for all transport modes, especially for cyclists. Right, and when we go, when we have a look at fatality rates, not too many results still available on fatality rates. There is, for example, a US result here, and the US arrived at like a third increased. Fatality rates increased by a third in the second quarter and another 26% in the third quarter, predominantly on rural roads and with bigger shares for single vehicle crashes. Right. Then we had a distinct look at risk-taking behavior in our international literature study, and we also asked our colleagues in the radar project for their observations. And there were across the world some interesting results when it comes to speeding and inappropriate speed. For example, Northern Ireland, sharp increase in speed tickets. That's the chart here on the right side. We in Austria, we faced extensively more extensive violations of speed limits. So those who, the amount of those who went plus 30 kilometers over the limit, the amount of those tripled last year. Inappropriate speed as a fatal crash cause also skyrocketed in a couple of countries like Austria, Switzerland. We see similar results in Hungary. California as well showed a jump in speeding related fatalities last year, in spring last year. Right, when it comes to seatbelts, driving under the influence and destruction, we only see some evidence in the seatbelt area. So seatbelt wearings may have decreased in some countries. So the number of unrestrained passenger deaths partly increased. Not in all countries. There's always some countries who have different evidence, but that is obviously, typical for the COVID problem. So I'm coming to the conclusions and recommendations. First of all, the conclusions, everything went down. Crashes, fatalities, number and distance of trips, everything went down, and injuries decreased at similar rates, but not fatalities, not in many countries. In some countries, fatalities even increased. There were smaller reductions for bicyclists. In some countries, even increases of fatalities of cyclists. The use of public transport did not recover and is still lower than it was before in many countries. The impact of the first lockdown was the most severe. Average speeds were largely unchanged, but the rate of those who committed extensive speed violations has increased in several countries, and speed as a primal causal factor has increased. And in some countries, as I just mentioned, the share of killed car occupants not using the seatbelt has increased. And last but not least, not much to say about alcohol and drugs and distraction in connection with COVID. So no bigger changes here. And that takes me to the recommendations on top level for governments, ministries, agencies. Well, basically, the recommendation is safe system, safe system, safe system, especially on rural roads. Look for default speed limits. Are they okay? Are they in line with the safe system principles still? Do your police forces have enough resources? Because some resources were, of course, passed on to COVID fighting. Are the legal sanctions okay? Especially for excessive speed violations when roads are empty? And would you care for having a look into the use of seatbelts in cars? So at the local level, again, curb inappropriate speeds on empty roads. Consider 30 kilometers area-wide speed limits in urban areas, as it is becoming more and more common practice across the Union. As we have seen, decreased rates of active mobility provide those vulnerable road users with a safe and adequate share of road space, and re-establish the modal share of public transport, which is, after all, the most safe, the safest mode of transport we know. And coming to road authorities, provide an evidence base to prioritize the money and the investments you have. So prioritize them on the basis of your safety indicators, crash locations, traffic flows, speed levels, and the inbuilt road safety levels of infrastructure. And when you go out there, reconstruct or build new roads or maintain roads, keep the safe system principles always in your mind. That takes me to my last slide, and that takes me to my question to my dear colleague, Marko Sevdovic. Marko, I hope you can hear me. You are not only the mastermind, the technical mastermind of this project, but you also talk to a lot, not only to your own ministry and to authorities in your own country, but also to other ministries, other authorities across the Danube region and at European level. So what would you recommend, having seen all these recommendations? What would you recommend the top priority should be for authorities and governments to fight the collateral road safety damage that COVID-19 has sparked?
Yes, thank you, Klaus. Yeah, that's one of the questions that we have been discussing about within the Radar Group, and it's always hard to say. But I think from the COVID perspective, we are still learning. I think the change in mobility is not over yet. So what we are seeing now, at least in Croatia, we saw, and we are experiencing now the shift in crash type distributions. So we have different crash types which are occurring, and I personally believe it is the consequence of the change in the mobility patterns that happened during the COVID. Now, during the summer when Croatia was completely open, different users, different user types, different vehicles, more motorcycles on the streets and everything. So we had an increase in that. But for the government, what I think it's quite important to understand, and I completely agree with the recommendation, we should improve public transport. Public transport was, let's say, affected by far the hardest by the COVID pandemic. What happened in many countries in the region that we observed, that the recommendation was to have less people in the buses, and then people stopped using the buses, and then companies that are providing public transport, they reduce the number of buses to have, so that they don't waste capacity. This is something that on the government level absolutely should not have happened. We should increase the number of buses, increase the service, increase the frequency. We had less traffic on the roads, less congestion, so the turnaround times could be faster, and the frequency should be more than it was. So I think we can learn from that. On the other hand, I would say it's quite important for the governments, and this shows really in detail how mobility is fragile, so it can change very rapidly. So I would say huge investments in something for a planning period of 20 years, in a year time, it can prove that it's completely off and it's wrong. So be more careful in planning, think about sustainability, think about what the future will bring, because if we all learn from this, I think that we can expect rapid and sudden changes in our daily routines in the future as well.
Thanks so much, Marko. And thank you everybody for joining. Back to you, Olivera. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus and Marko, for providing us some insights on our work on COVID-19 and transport safety that was a part of the extension period work that we have done. And now I would like to invite Bojan Jovanovic and Peter Lipar. They are online with us to provide us with some overview of the work we have done on RISM directive. Bojan, you can unmute yourself and turn on your video.
Hello, everybody.
Would you like us to share your presentation?
No, I will share my
You will share your presentation.
Just
You
a
have
second.
10 minutes altogether, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. We can see your presentation and hear you well, Bojan.
Okay. Thank you, Olivera. Hello, everyone. My name is Bojan Jovanovic. I am road safety engineer from the Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences, University of Zagreb. And today in this conference, I will talk about the new Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive and its implementation in Danube area countries. So we can proceed. So first, let me say a few words about main differences between old and new amended version of Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive, as we can see here on this graph. So the previous version of directive was adopted by the European Parliament and the Council of the European Union on 19th November of 2008. With the goal to improve road safety in all across member states of the European Union. And this directive provided a legal framework based on which all member states have mandated the implementation of road safety impact assessment, road safety audit, road safety inspection assessments, as well as network safety management methodology to be used as standard procedures for assessing the road safety. And then, just a second, in order to achieve more significant road safety improvements, during 2019, European Commission has amended the Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive. And this new directive prescribes transparency and steps for directing further action based on the results of the road infrastructure safety management procedures. It also incorporates a network-wide road safety assessment, a process of systematic and proactive risk mapping to assess the inbuilt or inherent road safety in the European Union. Also, in addition to that, it extends the scope of the previous directive beyond the Trans-European Transport Network to include motorways and primary roads outside TNT network and all roads outside urban areas that are wholly or partially built with EU funds. The directive also establishes general requirements regarding the characteristics of road signs and traffic signs in order to facilitate the introduction of cooperative, interconnected, and automated mobility systems. And finally, it also introduces an obligation for vulnerable road users to be systematically taken into account within all road safety management procedures. So here on this slide, we can see the primary obligations which are defined for EU member states according to this new directive. So according to the new version of the directive, all member states need to amend, of course, respective national laws in order to include new set of requirements. And the amendments of relevant laws must be implemented by 17th of December this year. In order to perform network-wide road safety assessment, each country needs to define which roads belong to the primary national road network and to deliver a list of these roads to the European Commission. According to the new directive, each country must perform first network-wide road safety assessment by 2024 at the latest, and then every 5 years thereafter. And the results of the performed safety inspections must be delivered to EU Commission in common format to allow comparative analysis of obtained results between states. Each country also needs to deliver a report on the safety classification of the entire network, assessed to Commission by 31 of October 2025, and then, of course, every 5 years thereafter. So one of the main questions which is related to the implementation of the new directive is which roads should countries include on the list of primary national roads. At present, road classification differs among countries, but according to the amended directive, the list of new roads that will be added to the TNT road segments needs to include motorways, primary roads at design, construction, and operation stages, as well as the roads outside urban areas, which were completed using the union funding. Primary roads which have low safety risks can be excluded based on justified grounds, of course, related to traffic volumes and accident statistics. On the other hand, some additional roads that are not directly referred in directive may also be included if necessary. According to the new directive, evaluation of accident and impact severity risk on TNT and selected primary road network will be performed primarily by visual examination of roads inbuilt road safety described by the relevant road design characteristics, and by conducting an analysis of road network sections which are in operation for more than 3 years, on which a large number of fatal and serious crashes have occurred in proportion to the existing traffic flow volumes. Methodology used for performing network-wide road safety assessments must consider all of the indicative elements listed in the Annex 3 of the new directive. In any case, it is desirable that all states work together towards implementing a common methodology, unified methodology, which will be based on all of these listed attributes provided in Annex 3 of the amended directive, and which will meet all other requirements, such as the comparability of the obtained results across countries. Besides mentioned evaluation of accident and impact severity risks, new directive also prescribes specific assessments related to road markings and road signs. As stated in the new directive, a group of experts established by European Commission needs at the latest by June 2021 to assess the opportunity to establish common specifications, including different elements aiming at ensuring the operational use of road markings and road signs in order to foster the effective readability and detectability of road markings and road signs for human drivers and automated driver assistant systems. And this assessment needs to take into consideration the interaction between various driver assistant technologies and infrastructure, the effect of weather and atmospheric phenomena, as well as traffic flow on road markings and road signs, and the type and frequency of maintenance efforts necessary for various technologies, including an estimate of costs. Based on the data and reports delivered to European Commission by member states, the Commission has obligation to publish a European online map of the road network within the scope of new directive, which shows different road categories. And the Commission also needs to establish a system for the exchange of information and best practices between the member states, including information related to training curricula for road safety, existing road infrastructure safety projects, and proven road safety technology. In order to assess the current road infrastructure safety management directive implementation status in Danube area countries, a short questionnaire has been sent out to radar project partners and their respective national stakeholders. And based on the analysis of provided answers, existing and foreseen challenges in new directive implementation process have been identified. The main challenges which the Danube area countries are facing in the implementation of new directives include the issue of defining the primary road network, since each country has its own road classification criteria. Then we have the lack of supporting data related to the traffic flow volumes and road traffic accidents. Then the problems related to the poor quality of available crash data, difficulties to access personal injury crash data, difficulty to integrate the various new aspects related to vulnerable road users. And then we have the various funding and organizational related challenges and challenges regarding existing legal framework barriers in each country. Also, in addition to that, countries have reported problems with distinguishing the difference between targeted and periodical road safety inspections, as well as the problems with ensuring the independence of road safety auditors. Since each country correctly uses a it uses a different set of road safety methodologies, procedures, and protocols, there is, of course, a need to develop a unified, comparable methodology for performing network-wide road assessment in Danube area countries in future periods. Finally, here we can see a list of recommendations for relevant state governments, ministries, and agencies that need to be considered during implementation of the new Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive. So the first recommendation is related to the issue of defining the primary road network in each country. In the process of defining primary road network, all countries should aim to include those roads on which at least 50% of fatal and serious accidents occur in order to maximize the potential for saving lives in future period. Secondly, each country should use country-specific road classification in order to ensure that road segments are properly classified into high, medium, and low-risk roads. Safe system concepts should be incorporated in all relevant legal acts related to road infrastructure. And during all road safety assessments, special attention should be paid to vulnerable road users and a promotion of active modes of transport by developing dedicated road infrastructure. All investment plans should be developed based on the analysis of the potential benefits expressed through the reductions in the number of fatal and serious road crashes, which can be achieved if proposed countermeasures are implemented, and the costs of implementing those countermeasures. Existing minimal road safety design standards for new and existing roads should be increased in order to simulate further improvements in road traffic safety levels. And here on this slide, we can see 3 additional specific recommendations for local governments. First recommendation is related to road safety audit and road safety inspection procedures. The local governments should perform RSA and RSI on those road sections which are rated with high risk based on the performed crash occurrence analysis. During all road safety assessments, specific risks for vulnerable road users and corresponding countermeasures related to pedestrian and bicyclist facilities and traffic calming measures in urban and suburban areas should be considered. Active modes of transport should be promoted where possible. Also, 30 kph speed limit zones should be promoted and expanded in residential areas in order to increase road safety for non-motorized road users. And finally, here we can see 3 additional recommendations for road authorities. So the road authorities need to use clear criteria for prioritization of proposed countermeasures, both in development of investment and road maintenance plans. Regarding strategy and action plan, road authorities should define clear strategy and action plan with the main goal to achieve 50% reduction in the number of fatal and serious road crashes on observed road sections by 2030. And they should also set internal road safety guidelines above the minimum road safety standards in order to further stimulate the increase in road safety on observed parts of road network. This is all from my side regarding the presentation. I thank you all for your attention, and now I believe that we can proceed with an interview questions related to implementation of the new Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive in Danube area countries. I have 2 questions for Professor Peter Lipar from Faculty of Civil and Geodetic Engineering, University of Ljubljana. I hope that we have a professor here with us online.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. So my first question to you, Professor, is what is your view on the definition of primary road network in accordance with the new Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive? So countries need to define their directive primary road network, and there seems to be a discussion going on in many countries which roads to include in that list. So please, Professor, can you comment on that?
Yes, sure. Thank you for your question, Bojan. First of all, Olivera, my congratulations to everyone who participated in this radar project. I think you have done a great job. The primary network, that's, I can say in Slovenia, it's $1 million question. What is a primary network? We are discussing this for a decade now. Next week, I have a meeting at the ministry to finalize this question. So it's in Slovenia, we are in a specific position because we have a huge road network. We have more than 40,000 kilometers of any kinds of roads. So more than 20 meters for every Slovenian. So I think we are at the top of this in Europe. So the primary network consists of motorways and expressways in 10 corridors. That was our first impression to make a decision about the primary network. But I think we are now extending this question, and our answer will be the primary network is okay. It's motorways and expressways in 10 corridor plus the parallel roads from these motorways, because a lot of times happen that when we close the motorway or expressway because of the accident or whatever, maintenance, we just put the traffic on these parallel roads. So these parallel roads are playing the role of the main road. So at least the parallel roads with 10 corridors should be primary network. But nevertheless, if they are a state road or if they are the local roads. So mainly they are state roads, these parallel roads, but not always. So I think we should decide that all parallel roads to the 10 corridor motorways and expressways will also be the primary network. That's the answer from the first question.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. And the second question is, can you please comment on the recommendation sheet from the radar report related to this?
Yeah, I have three little comments. I think the suggestions make sense and they are certainly useful. I have three comments. First of two comments goes to recommendation for state government and the ministries. Your first recommendation was in the process of definition of primary road network, national authorities should encourage including roads where at least 50% of fatal and serious accidents occur. Well, I agree with that completely, but we have a problem with this in Slovenia because the most fatal accidents happen on roads in settlements. So it would be difficult to include these roads among the primary roads. I think we should discuss, maybe I'll do this in next week on the ministry, we should discuss how we can incorporate those roads into the primary roads, because it's not uncommon that we have these little roads in the settlements defined as a primary roads. But I think we should manage this next week. The other comments, you have a suggestion that we should raise the minimum road safety design standards for new and existing road infrastructure. Yes, I agree with that, but I would say even more. New standards should be set for self-explaining and error-forgiving roads. I think this is the new step that we should deal maybe in next decade when we are establishing new road safety design standards. And my last, the third comment is the recommendation for local governments. You said your recommendation is road safety audit and inspection procedures should be performed on regular road network based on crash occurrence analysis. And I would go on from here, and not just there. I would suggest, and I'm going to do this in the ministry next week, to the minister also, I would suggest doing it all over the entire network. If only the funds are available, of course, we always say the funds are the problems, and also we have the problem with the funds in Slovenia. But in the next decade, we could systematically search the entire network, yes, of course, over the long period of time. We should all strive for that, I think. That would be my suggestion in the ministry next week. I hope they will listen to me. That's it.
Thank you, Professor, for your answers and suggestions. I think that we have covered all now. We come back to you, Olivera.
Thank you very much, Bojan, and thank you, Peter. Before we progress with the final presentation of this session, I would just want to, as a moderator of this session, to keep a couple of keywords we have heard in all this presentation. First, low-cost measures, they work. We saw in Radar, this was discussed here as well. Transfer of knowledge and innovation. We have seen all this in transfer of knowledge between the best practices we have seen and been demonstrated in Austria being implemented now in Slovenia in respect to motorcycle safety. Again, low-cost measures, recommendation and action plans, putting the action into the agendas of the policy makers. Demonstration of implementation solutions again. And finally, probably one of the issues that pass through all these thematic areas is resource dilemma, if I may call this. Funds, how to secure funds. Safety versus COVID, safety versus any other priority. I will give now the floor to Marko to present the strategy and draft version of the strategy, Danube overarching strategy, to close with something positive in respect to the future.
Hopefully positive, yep. Yeah, just as the slides are coming up, I have quite a lot of slides, and we are 20 minutes behind the agenda. So I will try to use my expertise as a professor. You know, we can speak for on one slide 2 minutes or half an hour. So I'll really try to move fast through this document. So don't mind about that. So first, the document that was actually the main deliverable of the project Radar is the Danube Infrastructure Road Safety Improvement Strategy. And it provides a vision and objectives and goals for road safety in the Danube region with regards to the 6 thematic area that we have been covering on. It provides a framework for policy integration and provides a framework for better coordinated interventions. But it we are estimating that if all the countries in the Danube region would adopt recommendations that are in the strategy, this would reduce the severity of road accidents from the infrastructure perspective by 25 to 40%. This is quite optimistic, but I think seeing the evidence that we have collected during the course of the project, we can be quite confident in saying that. I assure you that the numbers we saw on some locations were with solely the infrastructure improvements, 95% of the accidents were reduced. So thinking about reduction of 25 to 40% seems realistic. Of course, with that, it comes the problem of the investment, the problem of the money, but this is something that I will explain a little bit later how we are recommending to tackle that. So just moving quickly through the slides, we see some numbers which are, I guess, well known to everybody from the last decade. In EU, we have successfully reduced the number of the mortality rate from 68 to 51 killed on a million inhabitants. We have the leading countries in the European Union, that is Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. And in the Danube region, it's Austria and Slovenia that have the lowest values, 47 and 48.7 killed on million inhabitants, respectively. And those two countries belong to the middle of the graph. They belong to the yellow group of countries, and then followed by Czech Republic and Hungary with a mortality rate of around 60. At the end, we have Croatia and Bulgaria that are unfortunately in the red group, the countries which are not performing really well. And one of the countries that we also had in the project, Moldova, is unfortunately even worse than that in terms of the mortality rate. With the reduction that was achieved in the last 5 years, and we are speaking about the pre-COVID 5 years, we can see that the highest reduction rate were achieved in countries like Bosnia, Herzegovina, Czech Republic, Slovenia, then follows Croatia, Austria, Bulgaria, Moldova, and Hungary. So it is somehow obvious that the first 3 countries are actually the countries that had relatively high mortality rates. So as we know from the theory, it is easier to reduce high mortality rate than it is when you come to the numbers which are lower. So we see that across the European Union, the best performing countries cannot achieve relative reductions as the one that we might expect. So it's very hard to halve the number of accidents if you already have a low number of accidents. Also, we have looked at this from different perspectives when we were trying to develop the strategy. And one of the things that always comes to the mind is that there is a huge difference between the countries in terms of the motorization levels. So we've also tried to match the motorization level with the fatality rates. And you can see here on the table that in some countries, like for example Austria, the motorization level remained almost the same, but they still had the reduction. But also in other countries, for example, Czech Republic or Hungary or even in Croatia, we had an increase in the motorization factors. So this way, you can imagine that we also had an increase in the number of kilometers traveled, and in that sense, the reduction number of accidents can also be compared with respect to the increase or decrease in the motorization levels. Coming to the road safety targets, and this is me trying to be a little bit critical now, and hopefully nobody will mind that. We are setting our targets in a way that we set in documents a statement that we will reduce the number of fatal or serious injuries or accidents by the number of 50%. But at the EU level, if we look what we have achieved in the last decade, we can see that we didn't even come close. So at the beginning, it looked good. We were following the desired line, but in the end, the curve just stopped falling and we just slowly declined, and we ended up at somewhere around 24%. The number can be debated since I guess 2020 is not really relevant. But still, now for the next decade, we are saying again 50%. In the documents like the Stockholm Declaration, like the UN SDG goals, we are all saying 50%. But the big question is how. The big question is how we are going to achieve it. From the engineering perspective, I don't know. That's the big question. I know that there are measures. As Rob said, there are vaccines. As our presenter said, there are ways on how we can do it. The huge problem is funding. That's a huge problem. Of course, road safety is not the only problem we have as a society. And I kind of feel a little bit unhappy seeing some of the documents coming out for the future investments, speaking more about smart mobilities, green mobilities, but kind of putting the road safety on the second place. We see from the graphs, we see from the experience that road safety will not change so fast. We won't have automated vehicles in the next decade covering the majority of roads. We won't have smart devices that will help us prevent people getting killed on the road, especially in the Danube region. So that's, in a way, something that we are bringing out of the radar project. We know how to do it, but the work is not done. We have to do it in the future. So in radar, in the Danube infrastructure improvement, road safety improvement strategy, we are addressing the 4 main pillars. That's the infrastructure, that's the safe vehicles, safe road, and fast and effective emergency response. We were focusing on the infrastructure, but with our recommendations, of course, we came to the conclusion that without the safe system, this cannot work. So our recommendations were tailored around all 4 pillars of the EU road safety policy framework for the next decade. I already mentioned the thematic areas, the TIA reports, so we can, I guess, skip that. And my colleagues showed some of the recommendations that were that are the building part of the strategy. But I want to just emphasize a couple of them with regards on what countries should take out of the strategy. So the strategy is something which is, of course, not mandatory. Many governments in the Danube regions are now committing that they will use the recommendations from the strategy to define their national strategic documents, but of course they cannot adopt the strategy in a way that they will say we will do everything what is written there, and we are not actually expecting that. So we are expecting the governments, the stakeholders, the decision makers to read the recommendations and try to take some conclusions out of that. So one of the key ones I marked in blue on this slide is definitely what we saw as a problem is that we have to assure that a certain portion of the road infrastructure investment is allocated to road safety. What usually comes as a problem is that in terms of road safety, it always comes last. So everybody is speaking about buying land, what type of road we will build, how much it will cost to be built. And then this last 2% is about safety. So the difference between very bad road markings and a very good road markings and a very good road equipment and a very bad road equipment is actually less than 1% in the total investment when you are building a new road. But it is usually coming at the end, and people are saving, our investors are saving a lot of money by not implementing the best that road safety engineering can provide in terms of the measure. Safe system approach. We spoke so many times about the safe system approach, but it's the conclusion from the radar project is that safe system is not yet implemented in the Danube region. In most of the countries, safe system is a new concept. We have to work hard to implement the safe system across all stakeholders that are relevant for road safety. Usually, road authorities are the pioneers, they are the champions of the safe system implementation, but they are not the only ones. So, as you know, safe system covers 5 different aspects. So we have to think about the drivers, we have to think about the safe speeds, we have to think about the post-crash care. Those are all building elements of the safe system. Also, what we've learned from radar is that safe system is usually implemented on the national level, but when we come to the local and let's say municipal authorities, then the safe system is, the implementation of the safe system is quite low. So that's one of the things that we think from the national perspective should be introduced into the national legislation, and the safe system should be introduced in all of the road infrastructure improvement projects. From the local government perspective, we have to systematically collect and analyze the critical locations. That the local governments are also responsible for road safety. It's not like, you know, it is all on the national governments. Local communities can have a big role, and speaking from experience in Croatia, changes are usually catalyzed by and starting from the local community saying that something is not good. Then on the national level, of course, there is a response that comes very quickly. Road authorities should integrate road safety with the maintenance plans. That's something that we identified as a key. So the maintenance plans are very often not linked to the road safety ratings of sections. So if you integrate both sections that are priority in terms of maintenance and sections that are priority in terms of road safety, you can target your investments much with much more cost benefit. You can get more benefit for the cost. Also, the usage of the methodologies to select the most critical location with the highest potential saving is something that local authorities should do. Provisions for the VRUs, my colleagues also mentioned a lot of them. I will not go through all of them because I am quite aware of the time. So we just have to, let's say, try, and what we learned from the radar project is that we can do a lot with the low-cost measures. So for the VRUs, for the state government, the main recommendation is to ensure that the available funds are primarily invested in those low-cost, high-impact countermeasures that are considered to be the concept of tactical urbanism, and with the change of the urban planning, we can develop, we can build a more safer infrastructure for the future. Again, for the local government, there is a problem of the lack of data. We don't know where the accidents are happening, especially in the urban environments, and this is something that we clearly have to define. That's the biggest, I would say, the biggest problem. And I'm not talking here about the crashes between with cars and pedestrians, cars or cyclists, but crashes between cyclists and cyclists, crashes between pedestrians and e-bikes. Those are the future crashes that we are dealing with. And the problem is that we don't have the data, and that's something that we will have to change. For the road authorities, it is, let's say, very important that we take into account the VRUs in the process of planning. That's a key problem in the Danube area. We build roads for cars and not for the cyclists, not for the future. And that's the big issue. So sometimes we have Eurovelo routes which are predefined, and then you have a road improvement a project on the Eurovelo route that does not take into account the cycling infrastructure, which in a way, as you can imagine, looks quite ridiculous. In terms of the ITS and speed management, my colleague Gabor mentioned the main focuses of the Danube infrastructure improvement strategy. And we should, as we said, from the ITS perspective, take into account also the secondary road. We are seeing a lot of ITS development on the primary road, but unfortunately secondary and tertiary networks are not being covered by that. So that's something that we have to say. For the local governments, the use of the smart IT solutions, such as the ones that my dear colleague Slavisha showed, you know, the speed activated signs linked with the traffic lights, time dependent speed limits. You know, sometimes a sign of 40 km per hour, if you put it next to the school and if it's there all the time, it doesn't relate to the driver. The drivers get used to the sign 40 near the school because and if it's there at night or when the school is off, they don't relate to that sign. If you turn on that sign only when the school children are there, it gives much better effect. I'll just skip some of the slides because of the time, sorry for that. In terms of the safe infrastructure near the schools, we should ensure adequate funding for road safety interventions on primary roads in the vicinity of schools. We saw that countries that have a dedicated fund for something like that have the biggest improvements. So something that we encourage is to create a dedicated fund for the improvements of road infrastructure near the school. For the local governments, education campaigns, such as we saw on our study visit in Austria, where we have, Klaus will help me with the name, we have this the pedestrian buses where you have a parent taking kids to the school in a row and stuff like that. Those educational measures that are actually an innovation in the way we are thinking can also improve road safety situation near the school. In terms of the COVID perspective, as Klaus already mentioned, we said that the review of the speed limit for rural roads and adapt is something that is quite important. And I would also say here the walkability. The COVID pandemic has learned us that we have to reduce, let's say, our need for distant mobility. So we should, in the planning stage, introduce the road safety concept, which is built on the walkability, which is also combined with the sustainability, green transport and everything else. This is all somehow interlinked. So if you have a city which is walkable, it is good for the environment, it is good for health, but it is also very good for road safety. So if we reduce the distances, if we reduce the time that we are exposed to road safety issues, that's something where we can also increase our results in terms of the road safety. In terms of so we can move, in terms of the Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive, definitely a problem that we saw, and what Bojan mentioned is that countries are struggling to define what should be the primary road network covered by the recent directive. So we are encouraging here that those should be the roads that carry at least 50% of the fatal and serious injuries which are happening in a particular country. And that's usually a problem because those, if you cover this network, it covers mostly the urban areas. And coming from the recent directive, we are always coming back from the 10T network, which is a network interconnecting cities. But actually, the majority of accidents are happening on this secondary network, so that's why we are encouraging to use something like that. And I'm not going to go into more details here. So let's say, I would maybe conclude with that, we have to define a clear strategy on how we are going to achieve the 50% reductions that we are committing to. And that's something that we are then developing in our investment plans. So the Danube infrastructure strategy gives you an overview, and now we are in the process of developing our action plans, and we hope in the next couple of weeks we will be holding our national uptake workshops, and that should end up with the governments or local stakeholders or national stakeholders signing a memorandum of understanding that we are actually adopting the recommendations from the Danube infrastructure strategy. And skipping to the end, for the sake of keeping with the time, I thank you all, and if you have any questions, we are here now, and Oli, you can take the floor and moderate the question and answer session.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco, and thank you all the previous speakers in this radar session specially dedicated. Since we are running out of time, I think we can postpone the questions and answers related to the specific, to the strategy, to the starting of the next session when we are going to have a small round table, to try to have round table discussion between virtual and or physical meeting. But now, if I can only take a chance to pick one question from the questions and answer session and address to Klaus Machata that has presented about COVID-19 and transport safety presentation. There is a question that says, Klaus, very interested in the work from Klaus on COVID. Some years ago, we published work on cycling motorists to assess who would give up the car for the bike and for which trips. Is there now scope to assess cycling bus passengers as a precaution for a future when it may again become unattractive to be forced to gather on buses because of a pandemic? A good future project, perhaps, to be scoped in a student study. A question from Steve Lawson. Klaus, please.
Quite a complex question, and it was just great to see that Steve Lawson is online, and another mastermind and one of the founder of the Radar project. So yeah, you know, Steve, it is always a question about the net effect to society, and moving from cars to cycles is has a net effect, a positive net effect on society. Many are afraid that when turning to cycling, our net totals in fatalities and severe injuries will increase. But there are many other positive effects on net effects for society that we have just identified in the Sabrina project, which is a similar project as Radar, but just dealing with cycling. So it can be done. There can be safe cycling if we bring down speeds and if we provide for good and safe infrastructure. So what about moving from bus to cycling? I would just hope that this is not a sustainable development. I'm living in a town with 2 million population where motorized traffic has just a share of less than 27%. All the rest is on sustainable transport. It's on the metro, on the buses, on the trams, and active modes, walking and cycling. And we have somewhere between 10 or 15 fatalities a year. This would not be possible if that transport mix would be different. So I hope this is an answer to your question. Of course, studying is always nice, is always good, and especially studying the safety of cyclists and how to provide a safe infrastructure for them. But I would not like to see a future where we have less public transport, because it's an important and very safe, utmost safe part of our mobility world.
Thank you, Klaus. With that, maybe I would suggest now to go for a lunch break and be back at 40 minutes past 1 for question and answer session, roundtable discussion, and then closing presentation. Still some things to be presented in respect to Radar project. I would kindly ask all the panelists, especially those project partners and associated strategic partners from the Radar project, to be back on time, because we are going to involve them in this roundtable discussion. Thank you very much, and see you in 50 minutes. Yeah, 50 to 55. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you're back in front of your screens. We are back in our conference room for our final closure session. Before we start with this couple of final presentation about what Radar is for us and how we are going to follow up with Radar, we have leftovers from the previous session, couple of questions and answers we discussed over lunch. There are some burning questions to be asked, and then we are going to do a small roundtable discussion with national representative from the Radar project partners, who will tell us a little bit more about the strategy and its uptake. So first of all, there is one question. We have responded to one question that is from the questions and day session. But there is also one question from the audience. Yeah, so Sanya, please.
Yeah. There were a lot of, I would like to direct my question toward the panelists. There were a lot of talk today about physical infrastructure, but how can improvements in digital infrastructure contribute to road safety in Danube region? That would be my question.
Okay, it's a very provocative question. Maybe Marko would like to start answering.
No, I would. Oh, I have the mic. Sorry. I don't know. It is a good question. It is very aligned with, I would say, the development and the Commission's papers on what we are going to do in the future with road safety. So maybe I would just like to see somebody from the online audience, if somebody from the panelists wants to address this question, who have a much better insight in that.
If you would like to say something, you can unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself and raise your hand.
Definitely, there have been some questions and some discussions about these kind of things, similar kind of things, AI wrap and things like that in the chat. So I understand from the attendees there are also some who are quite involved in digital infrastructure.
If not, then I will try to answer it. Yes, as we saw from some of the presentations, the main focus is, of course, on the physical infrastructure, but digital infrastructure in terms of connected vehicles, HD maps, and everything else that is coming as I would say, unnecessarily passenger with the development of the technology of mobility is something that also should be addressed from the road safety perspective. We can see that there are different aspects, and I would say there is a huge potential in reducing the fatality, reducing the trauma, and reducing the consequence of accidents by investing in the digital infrastructure that is supporting mobility. So one of the things that we saw great progress was, for example, the eCall system that has become mandatory for all newly designed vehicles within the European Union. That's the system that automatically calls emergency response teams if a crash happens. Together with the 5G networks that we are now building across the Europe, where this latency of information will be very low, we will really be able to alert drivers, alert road users of incidents, of conditions which are occurring in close to real time. And this opens up a lot of possibilities and a lot of opportunities to increase road safety. I would probably refer here to the 10T network and the problem that we are facing there, and that's the increased number of traffic accidents and crashes which are related to distracted driving, especially with the truck drivers. So there is a huge increase of truck driving accidents caused by the drivers who were driving in semi-automatic modes with speed adaptation system and automatic braking. They are relying too much on that sensors, and those sensors are not yet so perfect, so they can avoid crashes. So in that sense, all developments in this digital infrastructure will be very, very beneficial, and I think will be the crucial part of the safe system.
Thank you, Marco. There's also a hand raise from Ferry Smith. Ferry, would you like to turn on your camera? And yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a very good question, actually, because what we see is that the development of digital infrastructure goes not hand in hand with the growth of the vehicle park and the new modalities coming to the market. And I think there's a big task for us looking into the possibilities of a more strategic approach. It was already mentioned this morning that also the maintenance according to lining and signing is very important to feed connected and automated vehicles with the right information. And I think that the digital infrastructure as such in 5G and other systems will take a hell of a lot of time, actually. So we have to make a strategic plan how we can catch up with the development of the digital infrastructure, and be aware of this is not only about cars, this is not only about trucks, but it's also about pedestrians and cyclists. The big Dutch cycling manufacturer Gazelle is now developing connected bicycles for that reason. And I'm very much looking forward to the possibilities. But if we don't have the developed infrastructure, it's a wordless development. So we have to plan where we should roll out these digital infrastructure at first. I think there's a good reason to do it in cities, because that's a very complicated situation, and latency is very important over there. And we can benefit from it the most, and maybe then look into the primary and later into the secondary network, where the traffic volumes are much lower, and we maybe can expect not so much interventions between different vehicles. So there's a task for us, and let's think about it, because I think it's a very important topic.
Thank you very much, Ferry. Yeah, indeed, it's important, it's new, it's innovative, but it needs to be. We are going to live in the mixed traffic for quite some decades, especially in the Danube region, even longer. So this needs to be addressed and taken on board, whatever we are doing. There was also another question, yeah, from who's? Safety measures.
COVID safety measures.
COVID safety measures, right?
So I have a question regarding the goal of the new decade of action. Would you think that the implementation of this politics about 30 kilometers per hour, which is now very highly promoted at, I think, global level, would somehow help to reach this goal? Because honestly, we in Moldova are trying to somehow introduce this politics, at least in the old center, in the capital. And in your opinion, as experts, do you think it will have a positive impact, this politics?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Virginia. Let's see if there is someone online who would like to.
Yeah. Well, while we wait for the hands to get up, so I can maybe share one of the thoughts that I had with regards with the 30 kilometer per hour zones. I think they are probably a very good solution for the upcoming micro mobility. So it's basically a silver bullet. So with the 30 kilometers per hour, we can have as many different micromobility vehicles or devices, e-scooters, motorcycles, e-motorcycles, and anything else in the relatively safe environment, because the speed differences would not be so high. So with the safe system approach, it is crucial to reduce the speed difference between road users. 30 km per hour enables us to have the relatively safe joint use of the roads. So I'm talking here with cars and e-scooters on the roads, and on the pedestrian areas we still have enough of separation that could be also safe for the pedestrians and other we are using the pedestrian infrastructure. So in a way, some countries are trying to put e-scooters on the pedestrian paths and cycling paths, but maybe the solution would be to put them together with cars in a 30 km per hour zone, which I think could also work. So this is maybe a topic for discussion. So if we have a hand up.
Yes, we do have.
Great.
Klaus. Thank you very much, Klaus.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely agreed, Marco. And just one additional point. 30 kilometers per hour will save us a lot of money. It is always argued that, cycling infrastructure costs money and it's difficult to implement, both on the road and in the highway codes and all. If we all go 30 kilometers, we may not need a specific infrastructure for specific active modes, but we just mingle and it's no problem.
And one additional point, maybe just to add, from the transport cost function perspective, reducing the speed of the personal vehicle, personal car, for the daily commutes can also work in favor of the shift towards the public transport and alternative modes. So in a way, it really is a silver bullet. It helps in so much areas that it's actually a really a great measure and cheap. And environmental, of course, we are. It needs political will, but what we learned from radar, I think that road safety has a paramount, let's say, acceptability by the governments. So it's never the question. It's always the question about the money. It's not about the dedication that we want safer roads, safer, more environmental friendly. But when it comes to the money, then we get into the problems. And of course, sometimes the public opinion, but it has to be promoted with a really good arguments, such as we are saving lives. We are. I think it's very easy to relate to road safety in terms of if you actually promote it after a serious crash happens, and these are things that local stakeholders, local road safety champions should introduce. So whenever there is a crash in urban environment, speak about the 30 km/h zone, because that's the easiest solution that could prevent the majority of fatal accidents.
And Ferry also has an intervention here. I'm sure we have been discussing this.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to spoil the pleasure of this, but be aware of 30 kilometers an hour. Look at it also on the level of the network, because if you do it only in a tiny part of the city, the possibility is that you push the faster traffic away to other areas. So be aware of the network approach on this. That's one of the things. And as said by previous speakers, the storyline behind it, to sell it to the public opinion, is very important. There should be alternatives. If you, for instance, close down parts of the city or reduce speed to 30 kilometers an hour, people are tending to use more bicycles. And for instance, you need to have more facilities for bicycles as well. So it goes hand in hand, and you simply can't say it's a silver bullet. If you put a sign and say 30 kilometers an hour, that's the only solution. You have to have also a control. You have to have measures in place that needs to have infrastructural adjustments. And we're going into a time space where a public space becomes very costly. So we have to think about how should we organize our cities, how should we organize mobility in relation to the function of that city. Is it housing? Is it shopping? Is it producing? And all those functions need different kind of mobility. So there's a strong plea to look at the network level of this and see what we can do. And for sure, I'm underwriting that as well. 30 kilometers per hour is a good measure, but it should be brought into a broader context, not to look at it as a solitary thing.
Thank you, Ferry. It seems that whatever you do in road safety, you have to have a broader view and network-wide policy. So this should be taken into account in all the actions. Money or no money, funds or no funds, how we can make the policy and so on. We have heard a lot about these resources, lack of resources from many perspectives, but also funds. So if we may send a message to EIB and their role as MDB working group chair through Malaya that funds are needed for road safety, and also this should go to all national governments, especially in respect to this project, to the Danube area countries, that yeah, money is needed, but with existing money and with cost and benefit analysis and proper investment, a lot of things can be done. We have seen from the previous session this morning that not always a lot of investment is needed in order to have some great results. Of course, there will be cases where we need to reconstruct roads, rebuild, build new, but it's important to make sure that this is always on the safe standard. If Rob would be here, he would say at three-star or minimum standard for all roads, and this is something we should also pursue in the Danube area and potentially in Europe. With saying that, I think we could spare some 10-15 minutes maybe to discuss a little bit what goes next after Marco has presented about radar strategy and action plans and how we are planning to deliver this in the radar project. But delivering this is one of the important things in the project, is to deliver what you have promised and sometimes even over-deliver, which is always our aim whenever this is possible. But the key role in taking up the results and using them in the future, there are so many valuable things that we have been produced, will be on the national project partners, NGOs and associated strategic partners to follow up and use. So I would like to open this roundtable discussion, maybe first inviting our virtual online speakers, for example, Gabor from KTI from Hungary. If you can, Gabor, tell us a little bit more, how do you plan to use radar results and uptake at the national level strategy? Thank you, Gabor.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Oliveira. It is not so difficult, I have to say. Unfortunately, in Hungary, we do not have an associated strategic partner in the framework of the project. However, the work done in radar is relevant and interesting for many stakeholders in our country. I mean, for example, the road operator company, the police, the accident prevention committee, and even the competent ministry. So in order to keep them updated, we regularly involve them in the project. We organize workshops to present the results, and we also plan to organize one more uptake workshop next month where the second pilot action, the strategy and the action plans will be discussed in details. So yes, what is great in Project Radar is that we always have some new results, something to show to the partners. Special thanks goes to our communication manager, Nina, who always develop and share great promotion materials, infographics, and materials like that. So this also makes us easier to reach the relevant target groups, I guess. So our experience in Hungary is that although the range of experts working in the field of road safety is quite narrow, but these people are very, very interested in the results, and we always get some feedbacks from them.
Thank you, Gabor. And now I will take this opportunity, because we have this live event, to mingle a little bit and go around, ask some of our partners, for example, from Slovenia, hosting country, who would like to, okay. Klemen, how do you feel about national uptake of the strategy action plan and on the work that has been done in radar?
Well, I must say that Slovenia was one of the first countries that actually already did the national uptake with the Slovenian Infrastructure Agency, and it was very well received. Although it was the first of the two, because we only did it on the first 4 thematic areas of the project. Mm-hmm. And another one is to follow for the last 2 thematic areas.
Okay, so one of the key things is involvement of stakeholders from the beginning, right?
Yes.
If you want to get your result.
From the very beginning,
yeah.
Yes.
Thanks a lot. Maybe we could fly now virtually to Moldova. We have our dear colleagues and already friends in so many projects we have implemented together. How do you plan? What's the situation in Moldova? How you are going to take the results further?
Yes, I should.
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone online with so many faces, familiar faces, and thank you for the invitation and for the arrangement for this conference. And as about of Moldova, we already had our national consultations with our ACP and the members of the National Road Safety Council, and now we have set up a new government, and the representative of the government and ISP, they accepted the strategy, the plan, and our documentation, and they will take into consideration this documentation because we're planning to develop a new national road safety strategy and a new national road safety plan according to the new decade of action of UN. And as about the 30 kilometers per hour policy, we already had other roundtables and meetings even within the UN Road Safety Week, and recently we had a good meeting with the police, and as well I think in general the radar project produced so many resources and very big tool with the informative and comprehensive reports on different thematic areas, and our government representatives somehow they don't have capacities in some of the fields because they are busy in many domains in our country, including infrastructure sphere, and there is a lack of good, experts and consultants. And I think the radar project provided this opportunity to take different resources and examples from different countries involved.
Thank you. If we may also praise the work that has been done in Moldova on different or other vulnerable road users, either in radar or in other projects, but connected to radar on safe journeys to schools. Also, this 30 kilometer zone that you are mentioning, cycling safety. A lot of work will be done in the future. Thank you very much for your excellent work, and we are going to look very much close to work with you on the future. Maybe just to take a wipe before we go to Bulgaria, I guess, and ask what is going on in Bulgaria and how you're going to handle.
Thank you. Well, Bulgarian Associate Strategic Partner is our road safety agency, so we are keeping in touch with them, and they're well aware of everything we do in radar. They already participated in a lot of our meetings. And besides, we already have well-developed national strategy and action plan related to road safety. But though both our road safety, our road infrastructure agency and our state agency for road safety are happy to be in contact with us so that we can support them and to add what we think would be helpful from the radar strategy. And we have planned a kind of a workshop with them to discuss all these things and to see what in the future we could help in implementing these strategies, not only to have them on paper.
Thank you so much, Vanina. And I don't know if someone from Croatia would like to add a couple of words also on action plan and on the strategy and take up, just keep it lower.
Yeah, I'm really proud to say that in Croatia we had a really good support from the beginning of the radar project from our associated strategic partner, which is Croatian Roads, and not only that, even Ministry of Interior and Croatian Automotive Club provided us with some support in the radar. Radar is really well known in the Croatia from the beginning, and I'm really immensely proud to say that even the Croatian National Road Safety Plan for 2021 to 2030 already referencing radar project as some kind of reference at the results that were already provided. So I believe that action plans and the strategy will only be a level up, and then they will just upgrade the already good radar project's acceptance in Croatia.
Thank you so much. I know that you have done excellent work in Croatia. I don't know. I'm sure that someone else wants to add something. Burning desires.
I have a burning desire to share with you all a couple of things that Sanja mentioned in brief. But I was so pleased that we last week with the Croatian Roads Authority we had a workshop where they called all the designers that are working for the Croatian roads and to explain to them how they can rate their roads in the design stage, and the Croatian roads said that all new roads that they are designing has to be at least 3 stars. I think this is a huge achievement. I think this comes from radar, and I was really so pleased. And the fact that the designers did not complain about it, they understood it and they accepted it, and we showed them how it can be done, how it can be rated. That was a huge success. Sanja mentioned the national plan. Almost all recommendations from the Danube strategy are implemented in the national plan for the next decade, which is absolutely a huge achievement. Croatian highways, they are now changing all of their guardrails on the road. They used IRAP star rating methodology to select the priorities. So the sections with the lowest star rating will be the first priority, combined with the maintenance requirements. So they combine the maintenance plus star rating, and the sections that have the highest priority in maintenance plus the highest priority in IRAP will be the priority, which is great. And Croatian Automobile Club, we are now implementing a project with road safety around schools. So there will be 10 schools currently assessed and verified, and these are all hands-on achievement and spin-offs of the radar project, and I'm really pleased to say that it's living even with the project coming to the end.
Look, we as a lead partner are much more pleased to hear this. And we hope that many other partners will follow. And by saying that, I would like to go to say a couple of words of what have we learned from and in radar. When I say a couple of words, really mean a few slides that I would like to share with you. It's a statement from my heart. If we can put my slides on. Yes, thank you very much. So, before radar, radar was conceived sometime in 2016, I believe so. The preparation of radar project was also funded by the START program, but the results we have taken on board and we used in order to design a new project were taken from sensor project that was implemented in between 2012 to 2014. In that project, it was co-funded by Southeast Europe program, a predecessor of the Danube transnational program. We have assessed approximately 20,000 kilometers of road networks for safety, and we have star rated and risk mapped all these roads. Back then, that was really a breakthrough project. Very few people were really discussing about network-wide road safety assessments. We've done something more than network-wide, but the results in radar project also offered the opportunity to compare the situation between countries, but more to aggregate the results in respect to old road users, risks on the roads when traveling in the Southeast Europe or in the selected countries of Southeast Europe. What we have found out that 60 to 70% of interurban roads had been rated as high or very high risk roads. The situation was even worse when we were looking into vulnerable road users. This was, we would say, a first project that provided us a screening of the infrastructure situation related to infrastructure safety in the wider area. That's how we have come up with the Danube, with the radar project, which we have applied for funding in Danube transnational program. At the end, we were happy that our project was well accepted, and not only that, in the 3 years we achieved so many things and we worked very hard. We have managed to be granted the extension of the project with some additional funds to implement other also activities that were related to 2 new TAs that we have added and 2 new pilots. In radar, we've done a lot of analysis of the situation. We have produced quite a huge number of tables and charts, and we were very happy. The work of the radar project was really taking off, and in the middle of the project we were so motivated. Associated partners were so motivated to work on. It was the beginning of the decade, of the second decade of action, close to the Stockholm Conference and Declaration, when we unfortunately had to switch all these slides with other slides we all know, showing how many cases, growing cases of COVID all around the world. In our countries, we found ourselves locked, closed, in doubt how we are going to progress, what we are going to do. It was a project that was actually opening its wings, and then the COVID happened. We didn't actually at the beginning, I think, believe a lot that this is going to last, but it lasted, and I'm particularly and personally happy that at least we managed to close this project with this final conference in such a hybrid way. We learned new things. We try to be as flexible as possible, and I believe that at the end we really have achieved amazing results. However, if I have to be 100% honest to everyone and to ourselves, if the COVID didn't happen, we would really be able to achieve much more. So that's true. We tried hard. This is an honest statement, I think. We tried very hard, and we really did achieve. And we were focusing for more than a year on to keeping connections, links with stakeholders, making them understand that in this resources funding dilemma, with investing more in COVID-related policies, shouldn't be on the expenses of road safety. We maybe managed somehow, somewhere, but not to the full extent. And that means that we need to keep going eventually, and hopefully COVID will end. Sometime the immediate effect of pandemic will last, but we should not, we cannot afford that the long-term effects of COVID pandemic will actually be less funds for road safety. This is one of the goals we should really strive for. A wise man, our colleague, that has been shown up here in the conference only in the chat session, who was initiator or founding father of the radar project, and in the team when we conceived the idea, has left for some pages new in his life. And when we discussed about radar, he reminded me a couple of days ago about what we discussed on our first conference, our first meeting in radar in Budapest in 2018, if I'm not wrong. We discussed in the team why radar is good for us, why radar is good for others. So I collected a couple of these ideas. It was his ideas and his answers to this, to the situation now in respect to what we have discussed. We said that radar project is great for saving life in the Danube region. Back then we had a lot of hopes, and we still are going to have hopes. It's true that it's too early to say, but we have innovated as much as we could. We tried to be as flexible as we could. The key issue is how we are going to follow up from here. The one thing that I think was also a conclusion on this short roundtable discussion, radar is known in the region. People do speak about radar. They were asking our opinion. Radar, when I say our, I mean project opinion. They were coming to project partners asking for guidelines, recommendations, strategy. So we do have a material to build on. A wise man, Steve Lawson, said, "You all have different skills, knowledge, and experience. Please share and be generous." And I think probably we have managed to a big extent to share this experience. We were lucky enough to have this project, at least first part of the project, implemented before the COVID pandemic. This is not the case in our other project that started within the pandemic and struggle even more, but with different topics. I feel that all our associated strategic partners, people involved in the road safety were really generous in sharing the knowledge and expertise and practices. Another input from our dear Steve Lawson, make opportunities for others. Radar more powerful if others talk about it. How we can talk about radar after the radar ends, with our results, with the strategy, with outputs that will be on project website, but also on our individual project partners website. These conferences, today's conference proceedings, this is all the knowledge that we have produced in the project and would really like that others take and speak, that read and use this knowledge in the future. And of course, one of the extremely visionary thought of Steve Lawson back then was expect the unexpected. And what can we say more on that? This was the sense of unexpected. And we think partially, at least, if not in full, we have shown demonstrated agility and resilience during tough time. And that's why we are going to manage at national level to use results of the project. And associated strategic partners are really keen still to uptake the strategy and action plan at the national level with the project end. So what radar is, if we think now what we can reflect on so many things what radar is, it can be said it's a road safety, it's about vulnerable road users, it's about infrastructure risk improvements, it's about safer road investment plans, about cost-benefit investments. Of course, radar is about the strategy and the action plans. In terms of topics, it's also a safe system approach supported in radar. It's a kind of social innovation with this bottom-up approach that we also, but radar is also people in radar. And I would like to thank the team, the ones that are here and those who are on the picture and online behind the screen. This is picture from our first meeting taken by our excellent communications manager, Nina Petric, who supported this project and especially this conference in so many respects. With the bright vision of communicating our results. This is important and we should never forget how important this is, and that behind all the sheets, all the materials and things, we have really someone which has a face and name and soul. And I really enjoyed, and I hope all our project partners and associated strategic partners enjoy this. Back then, that day in September, I think, in 2018, maybe, yeah, I'm always bad with dates and times. We created, so it was June. Close, okay, summertime still. we created a video what radar is. So probably it's time to just refresh our memories.
Radar is commitment,
quality, improvement, safety,
cooperation, fun,
being involved, partners,
mobility, knowledge exchange, learning, speed, change, together, chemistry,
efficiency,
collective,
knowledge transfer.
And actually all this what we said then, I think radar was that. Yeah, nothing changed. Radar was that, and we managed to achieve most of this what radar meant for us. But things will not end with radar, right? We do have other projects now. We are dealing more with cycling infrastructure, safety, traveling in these difficult situations, surveying cycling routes around Europe, Eurovelo routes for safety, addressing cyclist safety. We'll probably see ourselves being involved either together or separately at national level into vulnerable road users even more and more in urban areas. And I would like to give the floor to our mastermind of the project, if I may say, Marco, for saying us a little bit, what shall we do now? We just disperse and go?
Yeah, something like that. I think it's we are all very emotional here live. I don't think it would be the same case if we were online. We would just say, come on, it's already 2 o'clock. Let's finish this online conference, and we would probably listen on our phones, as I guess half of our participants now are. So, but so let's for the end. Let's start. I wanted to open up few ideas about what shall we do next. So if Nina can share my presentation, that would be great. It is a very short presentation. So just what we learned in radar. I think the project was really shaped with a lot of critical insights. It was a huge learning experience. I can speak for myself, but I know when I was speaking with other colleagues, we really learned a lot from experience, from problems that others are facing in their respective countries, and also how to deal with the national and global stakeholders, what to take from the national levels to global and vice versa, from the global to the national level. Radar provided I would say a strategic foundation for the improvement of road safety in the Danube area. But how? Again, speaking from my perspective, the exchange of knowledge and know-how was immense. We learned so much about what other countries are doing. We became, I would say, friends within the road safety community in all countries. Now, when I need something, when I have a problem in my country that relates to road safety, and I know that some other countries may have solved that already, I can send an email and I can get responses within a day. That could not happen before Radar project, at least in the community that was very close to the Radar. With the Road Safety Expert Group, our collaboration with international financing organizations such as the EBRD, such as the EIB, are great. I think we've managed to help them understand the needs of individual countries. We managed to show them a little bit of the problems that the road safety practice is actually facing. And also from them, we got a lot of great insight on what the future of funding will be and how we can all work together and strive to the better and more targeted investments in road safety. So in the end, I would say that projects like this are bringing the road safety community together. We need more of those. We need more of those, and hopefully in the future we will be able to do something similar or even better. So that's something that we will definitely have to see. But when we think about the future, we will never do a project like Radar. Why? Because we currently know the current crash patterns, we know the current road safety problems, but do we actually know what will happen in the future? That's a huge question. And there is a saying here,
A wise man said.
a wise man said, one wise man said, and the other wise man actually took his statement here. So this is the slide from Steve that I took from another project, but it quite relates to the problem that we will be facing. So as experts, we know that there are known knowns, something that we know that we know. And there are things that we know that we know. And that's, let's say, the current situation. We know what type of crashes are happening, and we are aware that if you have a one-star road, you can expect this much of crashes or these types of crashes depending on the infrastructure. But also there are known unknowns. For example, if you build a new road, you can expect that there will be crashes, but you don't know what type of the crashes will be there. So there are things that you can expect and you know that will happen, but you don't know how and when. But there are also things which we call the unknown unknowns. There are things that we don't know that we don't know. So these are the things in road safety that will be quite relevant. This is a quote by Donald Rumsfeld at the NATO press conference from 2002. And in the current crash patterns, and if we see slides from UK, we can see that this known knowns. So we know what the distribution of crashes currently is. So in 2015, in Britain, you had the distribution crashes. Conventional car with a conventional car was the 22% of all crashes. Conventional car with the infrastructure, roadside hazards, 28%. Motorcycle and conventional car, 12%. Bicycle, conventional car, and all this in the matrix, you can see those relations. And if you check year by year by year, this distribution is almost the same. There are only statistical variances, very small variances between those distributions. But what happens if we add an automated car in the matrix? That's the unknown unknown. We know, or I would say that's a known unknown. We know that things will change, but we have no idea how and what. So we cannot now tell. We can say that there will be crashes between conventional cars and conventional cars. But will there be crashes between a conventional car and automated car? Will there be crashes between an automated car and an automated car? And what the distribution of those crashes will be. So this is the known unknown, okay? We still have to learn. But then I come to something that I learned from my, let's say, observing the situation around me. So what about electric cars? So here on the picture we have a Tesla. Tesla is level 2 autonomous sometimes, depending on how you measure it. So there is some sort of automation there, but let's think about Tesla as an electric car with semi-autonomous modes. And I'll show you here the images on the left, which is the situation A, when you are driving the conventional car and you are overtaking the Tesla. And B, where you are driving the conventional car and Tesla is behind you, blinking, flashing with his lights, saying, I'm faster than you, you should move. So what I have here now, two situations, and look at these images really well. And I want you now to take your phones, take your laptops, and for you online also, you can try to help us here. So if you go to menti.com and type in the number 6743-7352, you will be able to vote. And before you vote, I will just ask the question. So the question is, what type of situation have you experienced? Did you overtake a Tesla on the motorway, or did the Tesla try to overtake you? That's the question. So if you had a situation A, you will select A. If you had a situation B, you will select B.
I guess it's Tesla or similar, right?
Tesla or similar, we are talking about this, let's say, the most common electric car on the road.
Okay, I haven't seen any Tesla on road,
Really?
but I assume what will happen.
We don't have an option. So what do you expect? Will Tesla overtake you, or will you be overtaking the Tesla? And the second question is, what do you think the reason is? Situation A is overtaking. Situation B is being overtaken by Tesla.
The Tesla adapts her speed according to my speed, so I won't be it won't be overtaking me.
Let's discuss when we see the results. I hope everybody managed to vote. Nina, can I ask you to try to click on the link and so that we can see the results?
Things are progressing.
We don't see the results yet.
But if someone sees them, they can tell us as well.
We can wait for a minute and all think about that, because that's the last slide. So let's keep Radar alive for a second.
I mean, we kept it alive for 3.5 years. For a second, for us, will be simply a piece of cake.
Yes.
Okay.
So people are saying that it will be situation B. So the Tesla will be faster than a conventional car. And the next slide.
You should use Menti add-on.
It usually works well, but
So you can click, I guess.
I can't because I'm not.
So if you can just click.
No. I can change the slide, but can we see the second slide of the results? There are two results slides.
No, they're not two results. We couldn't vote for the two results.
You couldn't vote for two. Okay, that's fine. The other question was whether what's the reason? Because you think it will be A or B. The fact is that electric cars are much more inefficient at higher speeds. So a lot of electric car drivers actually tend to drive slowly, and that has been proven in studies that the electric car drivers are driving. The average speed of their journeys is much slower than in conventional cars, and the changes in the speed are also much, let's say, even. So they don't change the speed suddenly because they all drive in the eco mode, so that they have the longer range. So that's one of the unknowns. When we were speaking about electric cars, nobody thought that the battery will be the reason why those cars will be driving more slowly. But of course, now we have in Croatia, I don't know if you know that, but we are producing the fastest electric car in the world by far. It's the Bugatti Rimac, and it's very fast. And it's something that will probably change in the future, but we have no idea. So if we have better batteries, what can happen? That we will actually have electric cars being faster, more agile, and we could have road safety issues. So far, electric is good for road safety because those cars are slower and they tend to have less accidents per number of kilometers driven than conventional cars. It can also go the other way because the drivers of the electric cars are maybe more aware of the road safety situation. So these are the things that we want to discuss. And Nina, my final slide. So things to remember from Radar and things to take on. I am sure that we all can agree that we never, in Radar, we had a problem with the politics accepting the recommendations. So almost always they said, yes, absolutely. So at the highest level, we do have this paramount support for the road safety issues. We know that safe system needs to be, we learned that the safe system needs to be integrated not only with the road safe, with the infrastructure, but it's in the whole road safety management system. So we have to integrate safe system in all aspects of road safety management. And we have to be aware and we have to prepare for the evolution of the mobility. That's something that COVID taught us. Within the duration of radar, we see that things will change and it will change soon. So the next radar will probably be much different than the one we currently had. And that will be all from myself. And if there are any comments or questions, we are here.
For sure, if we can remember, thank you, Marco, for this excellent closure. For sure, we remember from the beginning when Stephen Halligan from DTP was saying about smart innovation and green investments and things like that as a new priorities, but he also asked us to look into potentials to implement transport, to bring transport into these topics as well. So maybe next radar will be AA radar. Intelligence, accelerated intelligent radar project. I would like to read also a note, a comment from our dear colleague from Czech Republic. For technical reason, we couldn't make him now panelist, but he said that we have been grateful for radar to enable our first RAP road assessment program assessment demonstration within our pilot study, important to support the relevance of the methodology throughout Czech professional community and key stakeholders. For sure, the prior training on RAP assessment was an excellent add-on with good feedbacks from the participants. We also succeeded in raising awareness and professional respect of RAP protocols in road infrastructure safety expert community. Thank you very much for all the efforts and great results. Best wishes from Czech Republic. Thank you, Roman, very much for your kind words. We all feel like that, and I think keyword I take one keyword from your note is community. I think what we manage somehow to some extent to create in the Danube region is the road safety community. And this is, I think, a big achievement. If you could see us now, we would all like to cry together. And it's a very emotional moment. We can't hug, unfortunately. This is really pity, but we will save our hugs for the future and for AI RAP radar project or any other potential projects. I don't know if there are any questions from the audience. I guess I see still there are some brave people stayed with us until the end. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for staying with us until this moment. We would like to share with you virtual hugs. Yep. Klaus would like also to raise his hand.
Yeah, just a virtual hug from me. And I would just like to say this was not just another la-di-da project burning EU money. This was really on implementation, and I guess we really largely succeeded. So this project makes a difference. All the best.
Thanks, Klaus. And I think we do have a hand up also from Denisa. Yeah.
Can she speak?
Denisa, can you unmute?
If she's attendee, she needs to be upgraded.
I upgraded her to panelist. I guess it doesn't work, so that's it.
Oh, is it? Is that it?
Yeah,
really? Okay, then let's thank our team. I don't know if we can team, technical team, come in front of the camera so we can thank you very much for this. Was very difficult and for us a challenging task, but we with no doubt we had excellent team with us. Nina, thank you, Nina, for all your hard work in radar. Maybe Nina, you would like to say something for the end as a communications manager? Or
I'm without the mic.
We can provide you a mic.
Yeah. You have the mic here.
Because the communication should speak the mic.
I usually prepare for such a thing, but now you got me. I was always in the behind the scenes today, so it's really weird speaking right here. I think my best way to stand is right here with my first promotion material that I made as a communications manager. It was quite a journey, I might say. It was my first project. I met so many interesting people. I'm so thankful for the opportunity, grateful for it, and I dare say that it is by far my favorite project, and I will remember it for the whole the life that I have left. And might I just say that I'm also have become kind of an ambassador for road safety, because it's hard not to be with these people, truly. It's really inspiring. And also for the women here, you cannot imagine the empowerment you can feel in this room right now that we are finalizing this beautiful project.
Thank you very much.
So maybe just to say a big thanks for those 43 participants still with us, and a big round of applause for them, because I'm sure they didn't experience it for quite a while. So I spoke too much today, and I feel quite
Well
emotional,
done.
so back to Oli.
Back to me, no, back to the future. We're looking forward to see you on the next occasion. Thank you very much all for participating. Huge thank to all the panelists, those who stayed with us until the end and those who have left. We will be sharing all the presentations to all the participants, and we look forward to see you at the next occasion. Keep up the great work you are doing. Goodbye. Thanks.